Did you call Colorado?
No. Hey, Austin, Mark Miller in Florida. Just make sure you're getting us. All right. Have a great week. Bye. Sir. You as well, sir. Up your ass. So, did you happen to watch the golf?
Watch it. No, was following it though.
So Hideki is comfortably in front. He
With-
steps on a ball mark that he made. He hit it to the right of the green. It spun off. He's walking up. He steps on a ball mark. It's off the green, which you can't do, but it wasn't in his line. So the rules official comes over and talks to him. This is before he bogeys 12. He proceeds to play the next 3 holes 4 over.
Right. He goes bogey, par, bogey, double.
Right. No idea why the rules official felt he needed to stop him over something that had nothing to do with golf. But it was just, and I didn't see anything after, but God, I was hoping that race would get delayed so I could watch a primetime race instead of a Monday race.
11 a.m. First hours on your network.
Yeah, I got a lot going on today, unfortunately. Got a doctor's appointment. Maddie's got a dentist appointment.
Too much energy for Grandpa. EB, my mom jokes that when we come and visit her, she goes, "It's great," and then she sleeps for 3 days. We went to a zoo yesterday, and my mom said, "I think I've exerted more energy in the last 3 days than I have in the entire year so far." Good morning, everybody. Boy, EB, it'll be something if the Bears have actually found their guy.
I know it's vanilla, but he looks like he can play. Bo Nix looked good. I know it's preseason, so I'm excited for the season to start to see what happens when real bullets start flying. I did, Paul. Next weekend's my weekend, but it's working out the way I want.
Oh, Realtor Clark. Mark, only text Mark sent me all weekend was to tell me about the Reds getting swept.
Miller and Moulton, good morning. And for whatever reason, we're starting out with computers, much like we started last week, David, because they didn't fire. It
Well,
says it's firing. It says it's playing, but it ain't a playing.
well, how the heck are you then? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope you had a great weekend, and thanks for starting your week off with us. Some of our regulars will be back this week. They'll all be back next week. It's a big week for us. First off, football that counts in the standings takes place this week. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just gone through your last weekend without football, A, for the rest of the year, and, B, what's it, the end of January or the first weekend of February? That is the next time we don't have a football game. And some of you will even count the Pro Bowl, which isn't a game anymore. But you get the idea. I mean, it's it. You made it. Heck, Mark, magic numbers are 5, 12, and 17, for goodness sakes.
There we go. Those are all numbers you can wrap your hands around and squeeze to the end game, because it is right there, whether it was preseason football over the weekend, whether it was baseball, whether it was golf, whatever it was you were watching was just a precursor for what is this weekend as we get ready for Florida State and Georgia Tech football that counts in the standings.
Mark, I'm glad you mentioned that, because we know people, Florida State fans, who have already landed in Dublin.
Really?
Yes, they're already there. Okay. No, a whole bunch of people from Tallahassee, including our buddy Jeff Cameron. Oh, he's there. He's landed already. Let's go. He said, let me know what lunch you want me to be a little liquored up for to come on your show.
That's what I'm talking about. Right from the Guinness factory.
I said, Jeff, you do know you have a show. He goes, yeah, but it's at like 7 o'clock at night, Dublin time. Okay. He goes, I'll have a chance to sober up, take a nap. So, oh yeah, they're fired up. They're already there. Hey, listen, you got to spend the kind of money you got to spend on this trip. I'd get there as soon as possible too.
No doubt at all. As wow, we finally made it. I feel as if this is an accomplishment, and all it is another year gone by, if you know what I mean.
I understand. Big week for you though. It's a birthday week.
It is.
Okay, by the end of the week. I was telling everybody, because I'm in Jersey celebrating my mom's birthday, which officially is tomorrow, but, flew the granddaughter in, the great-granddaughter in, her first trip to visit my mom in her stomping grounds. And so my mom, loves having us, and she will miss us when we leave, but she will then sleep 3 days. I mean, this is a lot, to throw on the, soon-to-be 80-year-old.
Well, and she's not used to it. My
No.
mom is used to it on a regular basis of dealing with the granddaughter and picking her up and babysitting and having to deal with that energy. My mother-in-law has 3 other grandkids that she's running around and doing things for. Your mom, she's solo. That's it. There's not someone that depends on her on a regular basis. And then when you guys all come in, it's like a flock of seagulls.
Right. No, my mom
wants to run so far away.
My mom is used to laying horizontal, okay, in a bed, occasionally propping herself up, but she will watch this show on Twitch on TV, and then she will monitor her great granddaughter. They've got those sleeping monitors now, Mark. Okay. And my mom actually wants us to install one in our house. I'm like, we're a little old for that. She goes, yeah, but I kind of like being able to, check in on you, see how you're doing.
David, stay away from the refrigerator. I'm watching you.
Exactly. I already got one of those. I live with one. I don't need another from afar, literally looking over my shoulder. So, but we hope you had a great weekend. And I'll tell you what, we're going to do something we don't normally do. We're going to feed the hype, or at least the beast, because in some cases it's not hype. It's, oh my goodness, are we in trouble? But you know what, Mark? We don't do it. Others do. But I decided, you know what? I'm going to be a giver. Going to be a giver today. We're going to check in at a few places where preseason football has taken place, and either it's celebration or it's the end of the world as we know it. That's what we're doing, Mark.
I see what you're doing there.
Means
that second part, I know where we're going for that second part. It means you're traveling to Pittsburgh.
And I feel fine. By the way, you
Hold
know
on,
who's
go
saying
for it.
that? Mason Rudolph. But yes, is you never thought you'd hear a Steelers fan go, "Is it too late to reacquire Mason Rudolph?" I don't want to say it's been a rough training camp or preseason games or anything, but yes, we went there.
I happened to watch the first two Steeler drives.
Wow.
I don't have a life. I mean,
When I did
my daughter was lucky, and my wife had to work on Saturday. The daughter had a friend over. My daughter has switched schools, so she had one of her old friends over all day long. What am I going to do? I'm watching the two kids. They don't want anything to do with me. They're 10,
right,
so they're doing their thing. I'd
right.
sit on the couch. I'm watching a little golf, watching a little preseason football, and by the time the nighttime came, I said, "Well, if I've invested this much of my day into bad football, let's watch the one game that people are interested in what happens to the quarterback." And as bad as Russell Wilson was, his right tackle was worse
Oh, okay.
because every play, the right tackle was going backwards quickly. So this line that the Steelers supposedly have was awful. Russell Wilson was awful.
And I'm told, depending on your point of view, that maybe Justin Fields was worse.
He wasn't
So,
good.
well, fortunately, Mark, the right tackle can't play, and the starting center got hurt and is likely out for the year or darn close to it. So, they got that going for them also. And fortunately, their schedule's not tough at all.
No.
No, no. So, but they've got a coach who's never had a losing season, and they're basically just putting another pile of what in front of them and going, "Come on, Mike, cook it up, get some spices." Speaking of which, so I'm at my mom's, and that's where I'm staying. The daughter, you know, uh, my granddaughter and son-in-law, they're staying in an Airbnb close by. And so, 2.5-year-old Mark, they're low to the ground. Okay, so they're interested in things that are like below our waist level, stuff that we haven't paid attention to in a while. And the great granddaughter stumbled upon the spices. Okay, she opened up a drawer, and that's where the spices were. Well, it's been talked about for a long time that there's not a lot of cooking that goes on in this house. And my son-in-law has heard the stories of expiration dates. So as his daughter is handing him the spices, because little kids like to stack things and play with things. And so my son-in-law just starts looking at the expiration date of the spices. Okay. And he's a cooker. He's like you, Mark. He cooks. He likes it. He's pretty good
Good
at it.
for your
Not as good
daughter.
as
My
yeah.
guess is
Oh
your
no.
daughter doesn't.
Totally. Right. And so he looks at the one spice. He's like, I don't know if I've ever used this. And he opens it up and he smells it and he goes, oh, wow, that smells really good. And then he looks at the expiration date and it said 2002. And I'm like, well, if you want, you can take it home. So then we start going through, and let's just say there were 24 spices. And I would say 19 of them had expired. Going as far back as 2002, a lot of 07, 2011, stuff like that, 2013, some other stuff
These
in the
are
teens.
administrations ago.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, we didn't get quite to the Clinton administration, okay, but oh yeah, there's no doubt we went back to weapons of mass destruction. Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Sure. Yep. So I just wanted to make sure to let everybody know that times have not changed. This is not just when I was here and what have you. I mean, 30 years later, still expiration dates can be an issue because my mom eats out for every meal, and Aunt Kathy, she does the frozen food, to put it in the microwave stuff. So there's not a lot of cooking that goes on here,
Well,
but
you
they've
had
got
me
the
when you said the
spices.
spices were low, because I don't know of a kitchen in the world that keeps their spices where a kid could get them. And I'm not joking. That's the first time I've ever
Right.
heard of, because they're usually up at a level that when you're cooking, they're by the stove. You open the drawer, you open the cabinet, grab the
Correct.
spices to put in the pan. They're
Right.
usually quite nearby where one cooks, not
Which
buried at the bottom, which says everything you need to know about the Moulton.
exactly. Right. Well, what do we need the spices where you can get them? We don't use them. Correct. Hmm. So just so you know, it roughly 5 out of 24 spices had yet to expire. Just so you know.
Good ratio.
Here's the funny thing. My mom wanted to put them all back.
Of course she did.
Right. I'm like,
What's wrong with
Mom, they've
this?
expired.
Like, it's not
Right.
like I might use this again in 20 years.
Well, because she's like, well, then Kathy might need it occasionally. She cooks. I'm like, well, maybe you need to get new stuff. No, I don't see the need. Remember, my mom's a combination nurse, and from that era when it's basically, just rub some dirt on it, you'll be good.
Well, these spices have a 4 or 5 year shelf life too, David. So that O2 spice was bought last century.
Oh, there's no doubt half those spices were bought during the Clinton administration. Absolutely. Absolutely they were. Right. Mm-hmm.
Impressive.
Yeah. Just, let everybody know, what's going on in our life. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. That's where you need to go. It's tomorrow night, by the way, the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's tomorrow night. So sign up, please, because, we're not bringing a cash register. We're not going to have change for you if you show up and go, hey, I never signed up for this. Can I get in? Please don't do that. I mean, we'll figure
I
out
may
a way.
really overcharge you.
Right.
There's
In
a
fact,
chance I could really overcharge you.
In fact, you may have to show up with the cost plus some spices. All right. That may be it. Okay. Some spices that haven't expired. I'll mail them to my mother and Aunt Kathy, as a belated birthday gift.
Probably nutmeg. Maybe they use it for eggnog around the holidays.
I think paprika was one that expired also. So I know we need some of that. But the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit, it's tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. Shoeless Joe's in Fort Myers, Bell Tower Shops, the DoubleTree, they refurbished the place. We're going to be there, and as big or small a room as we need. That's what they're going to give us tomorrow night. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. Can't wait to see you there. Dr. Roto, cheat sheet, you're set.
Great show lined up for you today. We're going to go to Pittsburgh, talk to Ray Fittipaldo about what's going on with the Steelers quarterback situation. We'll go to Chicago, Scott Lewis and how high they are on the Bears, and Garry Smits, who covers the Jags, the starting 25 minutes away.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Ring, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Which do you want to go with that rookie one, or do you want to go to our SEC Big Ten one?
What was that? The SEC one?
I mean, we can do the quarterback one or the SEC Big Ten one that we had last week. It doesn't matter.
We'll do the quarterback. We're hyping preseason football.
That's what I thought. It is amazing how whoever comes in here on the weekends, the buttons they push. That if I miss a button.
So is that what happened?
Yeah. It fired. I'm watching it, and I'm like, what, why? And then I figured it out. Oh, well. Better at 6 than 7, 8, or 9. I watched a good chunk of Yankees Tigers last night. Jazz Chisholm spent 2 innings sitting in the stands with little leaguers.
Cool.
He came and did an interview on air, and they're right behind home. They're in the stands because there's no press box. And he just kind of stayed because he's not playing, and he was just sitting there having a good time talking to kids. I thought that was pretty cool.
Well, apparently he started befriending one of them, and he said he's going to try to mentor the kid.
Yeah. Gave him all kinds of stuff. Going to set him up with everything. Wasn't great television, but they had a kid from Venezuela ask Juan Soto a question, and the whole broadcast went Spanish for a while. Which
okay.
I thought, exactly. I was like, all right.
Okay.
Because they had everybody mic'd up. I mean, they went from player to interview. I mean, they had a lot of access last night.
Oh, it sounds like they had more access than offense.
Yeah. At least there was a couple double plays.
Okay.
Yankees had a couple runners on. Tigers made a couple good double plays to get out of innings.
Okay.
Baseball. 15 seconds.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Monday. Thanks for being with us. Hope you had a great weekend, and thanks for starting your week off with us, Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, David Sampson, and Pat Kerwin to join us on the show tomorrow. Ray Fittipaldo, Scott Lewis, Garry Smits talking Steelers, Bears, and Jags. My, oh my, to join us coming up a little bit later on this show. So, are you excited that, NASCAR got postponed to today? You love, with your schedule and what have you love rescheduled sports during the week or no?
Normally, yes. I was hoping it would get bumped to prime time so I could watch a little prime time NASCAR. I enjoy that. But when that didn't happen and got bumped to today, I've got a busy day today. I've got a doctor's appointment. I've had this face thing for like a month that's going on. And
right, your face hurts. Right.
Yeah, I have got something going on. And I got to get that taken care of. And then the daughter's got a dentist appointment. So I am on the run today. I will listen. I can guarantee you this, that I will listen to a little bit of the race while going to pick the daughter up and take her to the dentist's office. And I'm fighting.
Gotcha.
You know how much I love MRN or PRN or whatever the hell one it's on today. It doesn't matter to me. I think they do as good of a job as radio coverage of any sport that's out there.
When you go to the doctor finally to take care of what it is that's been bothering you on your face, are you going to use the Eddie Murphy line from a Beverly Hills Cop when they say, "What is it?" And you go, I think it's herpes simplex 10.
No, I probably won't go with that.
No? Oh, man. I always like to be able to use that line when I have a chance. Okay. I just, a couple of weeks ago, I said, "What's wrong?" And you said, "My face hurts." And I'm like, "Well, were you a boxer? I mean, did you spar over the weekend? What's going on?"
I know what the diagnosis is. We just need to come up with how they're going to fix it, David.
Okay. Well,
they haven't so far. They haven't done a damn thing. It's been a few $100s in appointments, several $100s in creams, and not one of them's worked.
Herpes simplex 10, I'm told penicillin will do the trick. So maybe you should, venture there. So listen, if you're Hideki Matsuyama's caddy, how did your afternoon go yesterday? Because think about it. You're filling in. You're used to caddying for a guy who's not winning. He didn't even qualify for, the playoffs. And you're carrying the bag and you're 4 up with 7 to play, baby. Hey, 10%. Don't caddies, if they win, they get 10%, right?
Well, they get 10%, yeah.
Of the win. If they win, they get 10%. Otherwise, they get much less. But when they win, I think. What is it?
7, I thought.
Oh, it's down to 7?
Okay. No, 7 is a normal take, 10 for a win, I believe.
10 for a win, right. So think about this guy. This is a FedEx Cup playoff event. He's going to 10%. I mean, he's cashing that money. He's spending that money in his head, isn't he?
Absolutely.
And then Hideki goes bogey, par, bogey, double, and you look up with 3 holes to play, you're 1 down. I mean, he's not your guy, but you want to say, hey, get your head out of here. You're costing me serious money here.
I doubt the caddy's going with that. I think the caddy's freaking out going, I got 1 week with this guy. He's blowing it down the stretch. He's going to blame it on me. But to be honest with you, David, I'm watching it. And on 11, believe it was 11 or 12, and I don't know if it's when he made his first bogey or he made par before, Hideki had spun one off the green. And as he's getting ready to chip the ball, he walks up and he steps on the ball mark, which was on the fringe, which you can't do if it's in your line. But the ball clearly wasn't in his line. So it's not a penalty because it wasn't helping his shot. The rules official comes over to Hideki and brings the interpreter, and they have a lengthy conversation about this ball mark being tapped down that didn't give him a penalty. After that, he proceeds to make a bogey and a double. So I had no idea why the rules official felt it was important to talk to him about something that wasn't a penalty. And I don't know if that threw him at all. Shouldn't, but don't know if it did.
Well, all I could think of was the caddy. I mean, he's the fill-in. And then Hideki's going to make his life here. It's going to change his life. This is serious coin we're talking about here. And isn't this like a $3 million winner's check or something like that? 10% of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now he's one down with 3 to play. Hovland makes a bogey. Matsuyama finishes birdie. He ends up winning. Okay. The fill-in caddy's so happy. Got a smile, I think, bigger than Hideki's.
Well, he might be on the bag next week, too, because there's a good chance that Hideki's caddy won't be able to make it back until, at the earliest, the Tour Championship at Eastlake.
Right. And not only that, I mean, come on now, Mark. I mean, this guy has got a chance of getting picked up now. I mean, poor Hideki's regular caddy. I mean, he could, this guy caddying for Hideki could become Lou Gehrig. Never getting off the bag. No?
Boy, I don't think so. He did win a Masters with his last caddy.
I know. And not only that, the great bow.
Iconic moment. Right.
Yeah. No, you can't fire him. That's true. So, but anyway, I was thinking of the caddy. I mean, Hideki's won a Masters.
David.
I am a looper at heart. Okay. And I'm thinking about the fill-in caddy. 4 up with 7 to play. He's already spending that money in his mind. And now, like you said, 3 holes left, and he's thinking, I'm going to get blamed for this. I didn't do a damn thing. I'm not clubbing him. I'm not lining up a putt. I am literally just carrying this bag. And I am.
He brought him over Saturday to line up 1 putt because they made a point of it that Hideki brought him over on 1 putt. And he made it. Thank goodness.
Yep. Trust me. Been there. A lot of pressure. When the golfer turns to you and asks, "Are you sure?" That's the moment right there. Your check is on the line, whether your check's $20 or 10% of a winner's share. When they turn to you and go, "Are you sure?" Well, it's the moment of truth right here, baby. So that's who I was thinking of, Mark.
And a great story for Hideki. And like David said, his caddy's picked up because Hideki and his caddy and his coach were robbed at the London airport. Hideki lost his wallet, but had his passport and his bronze medal. The caddy and the coach both had their passports in the bag that was stolen, had to go back to Japan to try to get new passports. They may make it back in the country by Eastlake,
which is the Tour Championship, so they're expected to miss the next event because there's only 2 events left. NASCAR and the PGA Tour now, in a sense, on similar schedules. Because NASCAR was supposed to be, the race was supposed to be done yesterday. They'd have 2 more races left to the playoffs. The PGA Tour has 2 more events left with their playoffs. So, both trying to get in the crux of their schedule, Mark, before football season.
Now, if baseball could just figure that out.
Wow. Yeah, but you said you watched the Little League Classic last night.
I did.
You got into it.
It was a great, it's a great atmosphere, David, obviously. But Jazz Chisholm does an interview, maybe second inning, up in the booth. And the booth, there isn't a booth. The booth is in the stands. I mean, these guys are like me and you, David, back when we were doing minor league play-by-play, where the press box is the stands. You got fans right behind you. Jazz Chisholm comes and does an interview, and I don't think he ever went back to the dugout. The next time they showed him, he's in the stands just chatting it up with little leaguers, having the time of his life. I thought every part of it was great.
So there was a video that was sent out on X yesterday in which it said, imagine you're warming up to pitch, and you're a little leaguer. Imagine you're warming up to pitch, and the Yankees come over to watch you warm up. And sure enough, there was this 12-year-old, warming up, getting ready to start. And the Yankees start lining up behind him on both sides and behind him. And they're just watching this 12-year-old warm up. And he catches the ball from the catcher and he turns and is like, oh my goodness.
Don't know if I could have thrown the ball after that. But at 12, he might have just been nonchalant and just gone right through his routine. Ho-hum, ho-hum.
I mean, the kid might have looked right at him and said, you want to see a sweeper?
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band Event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Ring, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M. Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I mean, the Reds didn't just get beat, they got pounded.
What'd you say it was like 26-8?
28-3.
Oh, wow.
7-1, 13-1, 8-1. And what's crazy is we thought divisions were done, a while back. Not only are divisions not done, top record could be won by teams not winning their divisions right now in both leagues. Like the Twins are only, I think, 3 back of the Yanks and Orioles.
Well, because the Twins are 2 back of the Guardians.
Right, but they're 3 back of the best record in the American League. And the Padres are like 4 back of the best record in the National League. I mean, I don't think they'll get it, but it's just surprising to say the very least.
So
Sonny, we should have. I didn't know they were playing, or I would have let it ride.
And we would have gotten points yesterday too. Seattle was favored by 3.5 on the road. We would have cleaned up. By the way, that league is freaking out over her. Honestly, it's remarkable how not ready for prime time over half that league is. I mean, seriously, they are not handling just all the hype that's coming with her, playing before 18,000 on the road in a place that they used to just destroy them, and now they're losing. And the Seattle Storm completely melted down at the end of the game last night. Right. It's unreal.
I must say, I flipped it on yesterday. Congratulations, Wes.
Way to go, Wes. Mom will be doing a lot of nursing, a lot of napping during the early part of the football season. That'll work out well.
By the time you have to do anything, you're going to be at the potted plant stage late in the season. You can just set the kid there and watch the games. It's fantastic.
Yeah. This is the shotgun. Okay. Do you want to try that later?
Pistol formation.
No. Oh, change the diaper. That's like the no huddle. Let's go. Got to move. Oh.
20 seconds.
The Rays do not have a chance. Are you guys? Come on now.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Ray Fittipaldo will join us 1 hour from now to ask the burning question in Pittsburgh: what would it take to get Mason Rudolph back? We'll do some preseason training camp football talk, Pittsburgh, Chicago, Jacksonville, and other places as well throughout the show today. David Sampson returns tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, it's the Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit. MillerandMoulton.com. Sign up. Want a good head count. Want to be able to know how many, placemats we need. MillerandMoulton.com. Sign up. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow night in Fort Myers. Right now, it's time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Is this like bad introduction music? Is this where...
Why did you say this is bad music? You know how many damn clips I went through to find something that I thought was appropriate to play underneath you during the Starting Five? Of course, when I asked, do you want music underneath it? I don't care. Whatever you want to do. Oh, well, I don't even pay attention to it, so it doesn't matter to me.
First off,
and then I put music on it, and all you've done is bitch about it since we've had it.
I think that's too strong a word. Okay. And by the way, for Miller and Moulton, this is spectacular music. Okay. I'm just thinking in terms of, like a network television show. Was Isaac the bartender on the Love Boat?
Yes, he was.
Okay. I could picture Isaac giving it the double point behind the bar. Dun, 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 dun. Isaac, I'm sensing, me being, the backup singer. I got my little moves going on. And then when they come to me, I'm going to give it the double point.
Give you a double something in a second.
All right. Let's start out. You know what? What the heck? Let's start out with the NFL. We do that a lot. We've been told you guys really like your football. So Vegas named their starting quarterback. They're going with the stash. They're
Minshew mania, baby. It's running wild.
Yep. And they said they're doing it because they're, quote, eyeing a fast start. They're going with the more experienced quarterback. Listen, can we translate this? All right. And this is going to upset some of the Minshew fans that we have. And remember, Miller and Moulton love Minshew, but we know what we're getting. We don't think he's a franchise quarterback. We just think he's fun. Okay, good fun.
Really good backup. Really
Yes.
good backup.
And a capable fill-in starter. All right, but Gardner, you're not going to do anything significant with Gardner Minshew. You're not, but you could have fun. You can. Okay, season up and down or what have you. Anyway, here's the translation. Neither of these guys are really good, so we're just going with the more experienced one and, just hoping we can beat the Chargers opening day. Here's another translation. We gave Aiden O'Connell every opportunity in the world. He's just not good enough. Okay, take whichever one you like, but the stash, Minshew Mania. He's the Raiders quarterback. Remember, they signed him in the offseason. We'll say the signing was great. 2 years, $25 million, 15 of it guaranteed. I mean, and if he's their quarterback for the next 2 years and he's decent, I mean, it's a steal. So anyway, the Bucs released outside linebacker Randy Gregory. Boy, they're really going to miss him, Mark. He really contributed to the organization. Yeah, even Todd Bowles said, it's one of the weirder things I've ever seen. We signed him to a deal. He never showed up, ever, for nothing. I mean, we gave him $3 million and another $2 million in incentives, and he never showed up, never called, nothing. So we released him. We'll say they had a guy playing his position over the weekend, Jose Ramirez. He had 3 sacks. And Bowles did say it might be the deepest position on our team. We'll be fine. Oh, okay. Steelers lose starting center Nate Herbig, torn rotator cuff. Man, doesn't that sound painful? I mean, try blocking when you can't lift one arm. That seems like a problem. Anyway, they're going to have to go with rookie Zach Frazier to start. Steelers, what, 2, 3 rookies on the offensive line? I think 2. That's not good. Don't think it's going to be good anyway. Vikings signed 34-year-old corner Stephon Gilmore to a 1-year deal, $7 million guaranteed, incentives he could earn up to 10. They say that's the Vikings' way of showing that they're not punting on the season. Do you think that the general manager got his position group wrong? He signed a cornerback, and when he told the rest of the staff, they said, "We said quarterback! Quarterback!" No?
It's very possible.
Okay.
They thought they were signing Ryan Tannehill, and they signed Stephon Gilmore. I don't know.
No, we said a 34-year-old quarterback. Anyway, the Packers only scored 2 points in their preseason game last night. They didn't play anybody.
They didn't play a soul, so it doesn't really matter.
No, I mean, if you were within area code of making the Packers team, you didn't play last night.
I turned the game on just to see if Brady was going to do, because I wasn't paying attention to who the announcers were, and I thought maybe game on Fox that the A group would do it. And my wife said, "Who's the quarterback for Green Bay?" I said, "Not him."
Denver won 27-2. Zach Wilson sacked in the end zone for a safety. See, once again, he's even hurting his team in the preseason. And Niners beat the Saints for what it's worth. Brady and Gilbride were doing the Burkhardt, I should say, were doing the practice game. Okay, they were doing a practice broadcast, getting ready for their opener. They got Browns and Cowboys will be their first game, week 1. Just want to mention, okay, we're feeding the hype machine today is what we're doing. Bears are 3-0. Only preseason team 3-0 because only them and the Texans have played 3 games. They've outscored their opponents, Mark, 81-26. Just saying that they're just whooping, taking names. It's 85-86 all over again, Mark. That's all I'm saying. We'll talk to Scott Lewis in a couple hours about Bears hype, which is
undefeated. Throw on top of it Hard Knocks.
Right.
And the hype machine is as high as it can possibly get for a preseason for damn near any team. When you throw the rookie quarterback who's played well, put him on Hard Knocks, and they're undefeated in the preseason. Oh, boy.
And the Cubs and White Sox are both below 500. The Blackhawks might be the worst team in the league, and the Bulls are below 500 and in mediocrity land. And the rest of the Chicago sports scene is in the tank. And here come Caleb Williams and the Bears. Oh, boy. Baseball. Little League Classic. Tigers score 1 in the ninth to send it to extras, and they score 2 in the 10th to beat the Yankees 3-2. So Yankees lose. Orioles beat the Red Sox 4-2. Those two teams are tied atop the AL East with 37 to play. Tied with 6 weeks to go. Brewers just swept the Guardians 2-0. Cleveland's lead down to 2 in the Central. Twins blew a chance to gain ground yesterday. Texas rallied to beat them 6-5 and 10. So Minnesota 2 back. Royals, however, swept the Reds over the weekend in Cincy. 8-1 the final yesterday. So Kansas City, which had the rough start to the series in Minnesota, then won the rest of the week. They're just 3 back. So to review, Cleveland by 2 over Minnesota, 3 over Kansas City. Oh, by the way, back to the Brewers. Their lead is 11 in the Central. No other team in their division is even 500. Houston took 2 of 3 from the White Sox. Told you, Mark. Come on. My Southsiders were going to win a game. Please. They won Friday. 2-0 Astros. They took 2 of 3, while Seattle actually, lost 2 of 3 to Pittsburgh. They had a 5-game losing streak before they won yesterday 10-3. A week ago today, Seattle and Houston were tied. And now Seattle's 4 back. And the Astros are a machine. They really are. Just a machine. Trying to reach their 8th consecutive, LCS. Unbelievable. Phillies lost to Washington, I should say, 6-4. Nats snapped their losing streak. And the Braves beat the Angels 3-1. So Atlanta's 7 behind the Phillies. They're going to play them 7 times in the next 2 weeks. Their last 7 meetings of the year. They begin a 3-game series in Atlanta tomorrow. Braves are 2 up on the Mets for the final playoff spot because the Marlins rallied 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th to beat the Mets yesterday 3-2. Rays swept the red hot, unbelievably hot Diamondbacks over the weekend at the Trop. 8-7 the final in 12. This was a crazy one. Rays led 6-0 in the 7th. Arizona scored 1 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, 3 in the 9th, and then lost. Rays back over 500. Arizona 4 back of the Dodgers. Padres now 3 back of the Dodgers because they lost to Colorado 3-2. While, this Clayton Kershaw guy's starting to warm up. Missed the first 4 months of the year doing an injury, and now he's starting to, there's 6 innings of shutout ball and back-to-back starts here. Ohtani at his 39th yesterday. Dodgers 2-1 over the Cardinals. Toronto shut out the Cubs 1-0. And Mark, little sentiment here in the Bay Area. Final meeting ever between the San Francisco Giants and the Oakland A's in the Bay Area was yesterday in Oakland. Giants rallied to win in 10, 4-2. They had almost 33,000 on hand for this game. But, Oakland's going to move. It's just, Sacramento for 3 years before they go to Vegas. So, last meeting of the 2 Bay Area teams in the Bay Area. NASCAR, they tried to get in the Firekeepers 400 yesterday in Michigan. Couldn't do it. A whole bunch of rain. So they're going to resume the race today at 11 a.m. They got in 1 of the 3 phases. The Clash, that short track race right before Daytona, kind of, NASCAR's way, their preseason event, if you will. Last 3 years, it's been in the LA Coliseum. Well, they're moving it. They're moving it to a track in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, Mark, that last hosted a NASCAR race in 1971. Bauman Gray Stadium. NASCAR bought it. They've refurbished it. It's a short track. They're going to have it there. Now, I got to admit, I think that's cool. It's a race that doesn't count in the standings. Go to your roots. Okay. To me, isn't that the equivalent of baseball having a game in Williamsport last night?
We could debate that.
Okay.
We could debate that. I'm not going to lose any sleep over where they do it, but if you're trying to grow the sport, having it at the LA Coliseum tries to grow the sport. Going back to your roots, do you really need to grow the sport in North Carolina anymore?
Well, Maybe not. But, it's Mark, consolidating your base is never a bad thing. Just, I don't know. I don't know if that's politics or
It's an
sports. I don't
election
know
year,
what
so
is.
that seemed to fit.
Right. In golf, Hideki Matsuyama blew a 4-shot lead with 7 to play, but then he finished birdie to win the FedEx St. Jude by 2. Schauffele and Hovland finished tied for second. Scheffler finished 4th. Spieth, by the way, missed the cut. He's done for the year. He's going to have surgery on his left wrist. He's been trying to play through that injury for 14 months. LIV, they were at the Greenbrier in West Virginia. Jon Rahm played really well. And he had a 2-shot lead going into Sunday and shot 5 under on Sunday and got beat. Brooks Koepka chased him down, beat him in a playoff. Big names on that tour playing well also. American Lauren Coughlin won the Scottish Open on the LPGA Tour by 4. And Jose Luis Ballester won the U.S. Amateur. The Spaniard, one of the top 10 amateur players in the world, played his college golf at Arizona State. All right, Sergio Garcia has taken him under his wing, and the kid won the U.S. Amateur 2-up in a 36-hole final. WNBA, the Fever. Caitlin Clark, 23 points, 9 assists. Her teammates are really coming through also. There are some days she's only the third best player on the team, at least third leading scorer. Indiana dominates the fourth, beats Seattle by 17. And Angel Reese had a big game, 19 points, 20 rebounds, but her Chicago Sky have lost their first couple games coming out of the Olympic break. Phoenix beat them by 18. Chicago holds on to the final playoff spot. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
I love how you amuse yourself with that. I really do.
When you're getting up at 4:16 in the morning, I think you need to do things to amuse yourself.
Wow, you get up that early?
Yeah, I did. This morning because I didn't do enough prep work last night. I needed to get up this morning and do some homework. But I kind of feel like, did you ever watch Letterman and the show's not going great and he kind of just starts poking fun at himself? Some mornings I feel that way. He's also another one that made sure you called him David.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band Event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Ring, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M. Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Irish football, talk to me after 4 games when there's tape on him and he's played against a real defense. Then we'll see. He's looked good in preseason. There's no denying that. Preseason is not the regular season. Kid that played for Iowa, Wes? The Iowa bag and the Iowa shirt was from Naples? Thought he
That
was
kid who had all the people rooting for him? Come on, guys. I mean, I know we're having fun with how well, Caleb Williams and the Bears are doing and Bo Nix has looked, but, just
most guys are not CJ Stroud.
right. And that's the funny thing. At this time last year, CJ looked like he wasn't ready. So, but it will be on. We'll talk about this coming up. It will be absolutely awesome. Listen, I hope I'm so wrong about Bo Nix because I
I do
wouldn't
too.
have touched him. I hope that Bo Nix shoves it right up me. I hope that Sean Payton gets
Miller and
the
Moulton want all these quarterbacks to be good. We want
All of them.
32 great quarterbacks. That would be the ideal situation.
It's awesome for college football too. If because if all young quarterbacks come into the league and flounder, that ain't good for college football either. I will say if Bo Nix is a good NFL quarterback too, it's an indictment of Gus Malzahn because he did not look good at Auburn. We're running Gus's offense, and also the kid now who's at Oregon, who started at UCF, but got away from Gus. I mean,
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Monday. The magic numbers are 5 days to Florida State and Georgia Tech. Heck, there are Noles fans that have already landed in Ireland. They are raring to go. Florida State, Georgia Tech, 5 days away. We're 12 days away from the first big Saturday of the college football season. And we're 2.5 weeks, man. 17 days away, Ravens and Chiefs. 18 away from Packers and Eagles in Brazil. I mean, let's go. Let's do this. 3 weeks tonight, Mark, first Monday Night Football game. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets are going to try it again. Monday night opener. See how it goes. Over under 4.5 plays. That's a cheap shot. That is not nice. That's too much snark for this hour.
So that's a high level of snark.
That is. That's
for a guy
mean,
that's with his
actually.
mom and his family and had a good weekend. Your
Yep.
snark level should be low this morning, not high.
It should.
And I feel as if that was an extra snark.
That was. In fact, that vaulted over to mean. That's not nice. I need to back down a little bit. Ray Fittipaldo will join us in 35 minutes. We'll talk about, speaking of not nice, how about the Steelers quarterback situation?
How about their offensive line situation?
Ray Fittipaldo to join us about those two issues. Scott Lewis in about an hour and a half. Oh, baby. You know what? Here's the first question for Scott. Tell me if you like it or not. The hype machine, same, better, or worse than for Trubisky? Because remember, they went nuts. Polish guy in Chicago, drafted second overall. They went nuts for Trubisky, and they won right away. 12 games, won the division, the whole deal. We forget they went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over Mitchell Trubisky. How about that for a first question for Scott Lewis? Hype machine, same, better, or worse?
It's better. The hype machine's through the roof, David.
That's where I'm starting.
All right.
So you know. If it's a bad question, I'm apologizing now, an hour and a half before Scott Lewis. 2 hours from now, we'll talk Jags. Garry Smits covers them for the Times Union in Jacksonville. We'll talk about the Jags. Jags and Bucks played over the weekend in Jacksonville. Make sure you sign up, millermoulton.com. It's tomorrow night. Dr. Roto, complete with his cheat sheet and all his tips for you to make money, if not win your fantasy football league. And also to ace the draft. Floormeister's Fantasy Football Summit tomorrow night at the Doubletree, Shoeless Shows, Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Go to millermoulton.com and sign up. We're having a lot of fun with these young quarterbacks. All right. You even said, you know what? I want to have more fun with them today. I want to make them our poll question.
It is our poll question. It's a very simple one. Which rookie quarterback will have the best year? Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix. Very simple.
So first overall, second overall, 12th overall. We're taking Penix out of the equation. In theory, he's not going to play. In theory. And notice, I don't even think they played him in the second preseason game. And they announced he will not play in the third.
That is correct. Strange, but correct.
I think it's because didn't Cousins get banged up a little bit? And so they listen, we can't afford to get our second stringer banged up also. So I think it was done a little bit because of Cousins. But, there's a lot of Penix hype in Atlanta too, as to just how long Kirk Cousins' 4-year contract and all is actually going to be there.
He'll look good in Pittsburgh next year.
Hell, he looked good in Pittsburgh. Can they trade for him now?
Absolutely.
I know cap-wise it'd be a nightmare, but hello. Anyway, so how do we word that? Who do you think's going to be better?
Will have the best year.
The best year. By the way,
and
what's
you can judge that by how many wins they have, how much they develop. It's Your opinion on these three quarterbacks, who will have the best year? Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote.
What do you think is the over/under number of wins that Chicago needs to have for Caleb Williams to win that poll question?
8.5.
So in other words, he needs to have a winning season.
Yep.
Okay. How about this little secondary poll question? And, 21,000 on the text line. And if you haven't in the last 4 weeks, you need to send in a new keyword. The keyword is Miller. Otherwise, your texts are going to a computer in Michigan. Sorry. So it's keyword Miller to 21,000. Do it one time, and then you're good to go. That's all. We just changed the locks on the door, but, one time, and you're set. So which team, by the way, Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, Bo Nix and the Broncos, which team will win more games this year?
That's an interesting question. Both in divisions where the top is good, the bottom is bad, and there are winnable games. I mean, I don't think either Washington or Denver's expectations are as high as what Chicago's are. No. I really believe that Caleb Williams has to win 9 games for people there to call this a successful season. With the weapons that they have, the hype machine that's been built, C.J. Stroud and what the Texans did a year ago all factor in to the equation of how Caleb Williams will be judged this year. I don't think Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels will be judged as harshly as Caleb Williams will be judged.
If I put the over/under the same for both the Commanders and Broncos, would you be okay with that? For yes. Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, Bo Nix and the Broncos. And by the way, Nix has not been named the starter yet. I think
it's looking like every day that goes by, it's looking more and more like it's going to happen.
He's getting more and more of the snaps with the ones, and he got the start in the preseason game, the whole deal. So 6.5, is that fair? The over/under for the Commanders with Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, and the Broncos is 6.5. Remember, the Commanders were below that last year, but the Broncos won 8 games last year, but they got rid of half their team. Is 6.5 too high, or am I,
David? No, you're actually right on what the Hard Rock app has for the Washington Commanders for their over/under 6.5. The Broncos over/under is 5.5.
Oh, okay.
So, for all of you that are on this Bo Nix Denver Bronco hype wagon, Vegas is telling you that their over/under's 5.5.
And for what it's worth, for those that don't follow us, obviously none of you see what's coming in the text line, and you have to follow us, twitch.tv/Miller Moulton, to see what's in the Twitch chat room on a regular basis. But there is a lot of Bo Nix fever in our world. The Miller and Moulton world is getting inundated with Bo Nix fever. I think only Mark Schlereth in Denver is getting more texts and comments in the Twitch chat room about Bo Nix than we are.
It's making me root against. It's so much hype and so nonstop that I'm rooting against the Denver Broncos. That's what it's done to me.
Wow.
I said it, watching the Broncos play preseason last night, I said, if this guy's good, I don't know if I'm going to be able to survive.
I'll tell you what. You know what the NFL needs? A smug Sean Payton. No, we do. We need it. We don't realize we need it. We think deep down we're rooting against it because, Mark, it's kind of like, did you really want to see Steve Spurrier lose? No, you didn't. Okay, it may have driven you crazy. Smug Steve Spurrier may have really rubbed you the wrong way. But when presented with the alternative, you said, I want the HBC back.
Make a dadgum good point there.
Come on now. Come on.
You make a dadgum good point.
I mean, Steve Spurrier at 7-6 South Carolina. When Clemson started beating him, come on, was it as much fun anymore? No, it wasn't. Okay, it was a lot of fun though when he was winning double. Hell, he took them to the SEC title game. He beat Alabama when they were on top of the world. All right, that's who we want.
The guys are open. All you gotta do is throw it to them.
It's real simple. Been running the same place since I was in Florida. All right, little run the ball off tackle. Okay, little play action. Throw it in between the linebackers and safeties. Okay, run a hitch and a go. I mean, this ain't that hard. I'll get them open. Just throw the ball. I mean, come on. I mean, that's and he doesn't have the same personality. He's not as likable, but Sean Payton's got a little Steve Spurrier in him.
And because he's a friend of the show, Mike Westhoff, their special teams coach, is our guy. So there's a little bit of sentiment for success and how highly he speaks of Sean.
Come on now. We are rooting. First kickoff of the year the Broncos have. I so want them to take it back to the house. And please, whatever you do, you better get us that Mike Westhoff cutaway shot. Do you think Westhoff just looks at Sean Payton and says, I'm done with this guy?
I'll tell you what. I'm afraid we're going to see a lot more kicks through the end zone than.
Come on now.
If they're running it back. No. David, if the average run back is to the 28, to sacrifice 2 yards as opposed to sacrificing the chance for a long return, what are you going to do?
Well, everybody's just kicking it high down the middle to the goal line right now in preseason. Okay, that's all going to change here in 17 days. They're going to go high angled. They're going to turn to these kickers and say, listen, we've started paying you guys. Okay. Some of you guys making $5-6+ million. All right. Here's the deal. High 5-yard line in between the numbers and the sidelines. Got it? Okay. You all play golf. Okay. You think you can hit golf shots. Give me a golf shot right here. Okay. Fade that 4-iron. Okay, and cut it into that pin by the bunker. That's what I want. You watch, Mark. Then the fun begins. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening. MillerandMoulton.com.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
The hell are you listening to? Let's just turn that off so we don't get shut off of YouTube and Twitch. When he looks up, I'll put his mic back on. Because he's not paying any attention to anybody.
I'm watching a Buddy Hackett joke on The Tonight Show from 1987. Is what you said better than what I just watched?
I didn't say anything other than what are you watching? And then I said I'm turning your mic off so we don't get shut off. This other things for running copyrighted material on it. So I'll just you laugh. I'm done with you because you're not paying attention to me anyhow.
Gotcha.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Ray Fittipaldo will join us to talk about the Steelers' quarterback mess, offensive line mess. Are they finally going to have that losing season under Mike Tomlin? Ray Fittipaldo to join us coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Floormeister's Fantasy Football Summit tomorrow night. Go to millermoulton.com, sign up. Our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. All right, rookie quarterback hype machine. Whose side are you most on? Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, who's going to have the best rookie year? Vote accordingly. And I will say all three getting a healthy share of the vote. Opinions are mixed.
Are they
Mark
mixed
Miller,
or mixed?
mixed.
Okay.
Mixed.
Didn't know if they were just Bo Nixed.
No, I understand. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Hey, not to be overly harsh about a guy that you and I like. We said it earlier. We find him to be fun. Gardner Minshew. Good story. What was he? 5th round pick and got a shot in Jacksonville and made a little name for himself on some bad teams. And they decided to move on, and he's bounced around a little bit, had some moments, nearly took the Colts to the playoffs last year. Now he's getting his shot mark. He's a starter in Vegas. Okay. It's your vote, so there's no wrong answers. This is your opinion. How many teams in the AFC have a worse quarterback to start the year than Gardner Minshew?
Ooh.
And I hate to phrase it that way, but, you and I, we have a soft spot for him. We kind of like him. He's spunky. He's fun, blah, blah, blah. But let's cut to the chase here.
At this moment in time, I'd take Gardner Minshew for week one than Bo Nix. Yeah. We'll see what Bo Nix ends up being, but that's one.
Okay. All right. So week one, Raiders have a better quarterback than Denver. Week one. Okay.
In the AFC East, I'll take Minshew over whatever the Patriots are going to start.
Okay. So, I don't think they're going to go Drake May. I think they're going to go with, Jacoby Brissett.
Right.
You would take Minshew over Brissett.
I would.
Okay.
Boy, in the South.
How about Indianapolis?
Yeah, I would take him over the Indianapolis quarterback. I'm not high. I mean, I know a lot of people are thinking Richardson's the next, going to be great quarterback. I don't see that. He's got to stay healthy, and he can't stay healthy. So I'll take Minshew Mania over Richardson.
Week one. Remember, we're talking week one. Right. Okay. So that's 3.
And I wouldn't take him over anybody in the North. As badly as the Pittsburgh quarterback situation is, I'll still go with whomever they start.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, it's going to be Russ. I'll take Russ over Minshew.
Okay. If I could go back to the South, though, you take Minshew or Will Levis?
Minshew.
Okay. So we've got 4 teams who have a worse quarterback situation in the AFC than the Raiders, which means that week one, Gardner Minshew is the 12th best starting quarterback in the AFC.
That sounds about right.
With, let's face it, a chance. Now, granted, Russ in Pittsburgh could play his way below Minshew. But there's a chance that Bo Nix, Will Levis, Anthony Richardson can all play their way ahead of Minshew, correct?
Absolutely.
So that's what, we got a lot of Raiders fans. They're all over the country. All right. And so, the Raiders finished strong last year. They believe in their coach. They think they're kind of rekindling the little bit of magic they had under Bisaccia 3-4 years ago. And they're thinking, we could pick up where we left off last year.
Even their head coach in the presser that I saw, David, when asked about who the starting quarterback was or how they played the preseason, he's, well, neither of them were that good.
Right. No.
He knows
I got to admit, That's a coach's show that you'd want to host. The Antonio Pierce coach's show.
Yes.
That's a coach's show you want to host. You don't ever think you're going to get coach speak out of Antonio Pierce. So we're all in favor of that. And by all, we mean Miller and Moulton. By the way, just for the heck of it, in the NFC, how many teams have a worse quarterback situation? I think there's more.
Minshew or Geno Smith?
Oh, Geno Smith.
Right. So that means that
it's close. But I would go Geno Smith.
But you take Kyler Murray before you take Minshew.
Well, yeah, once again, I've seen Kyler Murray in person, and every time I saw him in person, he was terrific. So just like every time I've seen Jordan Love in person, he's been terrible. So
I take Minshew over Daniel Jones.
Oh, yeah.
I take Minshew over Sam Darnold.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But I'd still take Carr before I'd take Minshew.
Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. Take Minshew over the kid in Carolina, Bryce Young, right?
Yeah. At this
point.
That's
4. Yeah, that's 4. So you're going to take the rookies in Washington and Chicago over Minshew Mania? Remember, it's week 1.
Week 1, no.
Okay.
No, but by week 5, it may completely be different.
So, but once again, the power of the AFC, where Gardner Minshew, trust me, people will break out the numbers. They'll do the Minshew. If you want to do a blind tail of the tape, like this was an NCAA tournament bid that was at stake, and which school are we going to give it to? Put Minshew's numbers on one side and Trevor Lawrence's on the other, and watch people go nuts. I mean, Minshew has numbers in which you go, wow, I can play a little bit. So just wanted to put that in perspective. Raiders made their choice.
Do you see the Raiders as the last place team in that division, or do you see Denver as the last place team in that division?
I see Denver as the last place team in that division. I do. Only because, not because of Bo Nix necessarily, but because of they really gutted that roster. I mean, they lost a lot. I mean, we had Pat on last week. He'd been to Denver, and he said, guys, and he rattled off 7 quality starters that are no longer there.
Guys that had played 500+ snaps.
And, he said that's, and because of their cap situation, that's not something they can replace in one off season. And remember, they were just 8-9 last year. So that's where I am on the Broncos. The over under 6.5 to me is right there. I see 6-11. Their ceiling is 7-10. The floor is 4-13. And where am I going to settle on? I'm probably going to settle on 6-11. Now Vegas is over under as I'm 5.5. I'm a Sean Payton guy. I might bet the over, but I'm not going to go crazy.
5.5 is their over-under, as David just mentioned, for the Broncos in what's a division that teams are fighting for second. If you would have watched preseason football, I guess you can see the highlights. Did you see the behind-the-back pass?
I did. I don't know. I thought it was a little overhyped. I don't know why, but I did. I mean, I just,
Overhyped? You mean Patrick Mahomes threw a behind-the-back pass, and you think it was overhyped? You mean that every single media outlet sent out a notification so your phone dinged 17 times that there was a behind-the-back pass for, I think, a 4-yard completion? Yeah, maybe it was a little overhyped, David.
I don't get me wrong. I mean, they do that stuff all the time. I know not in games, but come on, that wasn't really a game. I mean, he's just. I loved what he said afterwards. Why'd you throw the pass? Well, I was mad at Travis. He ran the wrong route. So I was just like, here. Rest is on you. Ray Fittipaldo next.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Wes, I think we've told the stories on the air, how we've been fired.
This last time was a phone call to me the day before vacation saying, I'm done with you guys.
He never got through to me. Mark was the one that told me. Driving down the road, Mark goes, we're done. I go, well, yeah, we finished an hour ago. He goes, no, we're done. What? I have to admit, I hate getting fired on Fridays. I'd much rather be fired on a Monday. And I've been fired a lot, so I've experienced it all.
It's that time of the day where I tell all of you, if you haven't on your Twitch thing, if you want to sponsor us or subscribe to us because you have an Amazon Prime account, we'd love it. We'd love to see those subscriptions go back up.
So, yeah, if you're an Amazon Prime customer, you get a free Twitch subscription. So just make us your show of choice. Doesn't cost you anything.
And we get a little something out of it. Not
We
a lot,
do.
but a little something.
No, if like 4,000 of you do it, we get like 39 cents.
If 4,000 of you did it, we'd be really happy.
That's true. But let's see. First time, Mark and I's contracts weren't in sync, and they decided they were going to let Mark go. That was great. I still had a year left on mine. I didn't want to do it. Mark said,
Ginzer, it's a lot easier to do on your computer than on your phone, from what I understand.
Mark said, hey, dumbass, you got a wife, a kid, and a mortgage. And your kid just started college. Keep doing the show. So that lasted about 6 months.
The second time we went in to renegotiate, and they just no desire to renegotiate, and I stood up and said thank you and walked out of the room.
And then I got up and shook his hand and said, listen, we got 3 more weeks, let's just work something out, He didn't even let us. He didn't even email us to tell us we were done. He sent
And
an email.
then tried to say he didn't fire us when we have the email that says he fired us.
He sent an email to the staff and tried to tell us he didn't fire us. Wait, what? So that was technically on a Thursday. Okay, the news press article got me fired.
Yeah, I'd already been fired.
Right. And John had been fired 6 months before that. So our first producer got fired in January of 2016. Mark got fired at the end of June of 2016. I got fired mid-January 2017. So that's how they got rid of us the first time. The good thing now is, if we're done now, it's because Miller and Moulton have fired Miller and Moulton.
This means we need more sponsors. Really do. Need about 4 more and life would be good. Need 8 more and life would be great.
Adam is in Hollywood.
I will say, they used to get those nice plaques that they put articles that were nice about you, and they'd get those. We really should get that dead air one done like that.
Yeah, I should call somebody. At least the headline. That's maybe the best headline they ever wrote in the news press.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us on this Monday. We hope you had a great weekend, and we're always very appreciative of whenever you listen. But starting your week off with us, so to speak. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com. Tomorrow night, at Shoeless Joe's, the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers, Dr. Roto hosting the Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit. Miller and Moulton will be there. Look forward to meeting as many of you as possible. This is a unique event. A legit fantasy football expert makes his living at fantasy sports. If there's a top 25 poll of fantasy people in the country, Dr. Roto would be in it every year. And you get his cheat sheet, you get his wisdom, you get him face-to-face for at least an hour and a half tomorrow night. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. He covers the Steelers for the Post-Gazette in Pittsburgh. He's Ray Fittipaldo. Follow him on X, Ray Fit with 2 T's, the number 1, Ray Fit 1. Ray, it's David and Mark. Good morning. Thanks for doing this again. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing well.
Ray, if I were to say that Steeler fans Saturday night looked at one another and said, so what would it take to get Mason Rudolph back? Am I being out of line?
No, not really. I mean, to be honest, the offense has looked really bad for 2 weeks in a row now. They weren't very much better in the Texans game. If I'm going to give one of those quarterbacks a pass, and, I thought Justin Fields was okay. I mean, he put the ball in danger a couple of times, but he did make some plays. Russell Wilson made his debut with the Steelers. He had been injured, and he just had no time. Last year's first-round pick, Broderick Jones, gave up 2 sacks. He was just under duress the whole time. So, yeah, the offense has looked really bad, but if I had to give the quarterbacks overall a grade at this point, I think it might be incomplete just because the offensive line has been so bad. And for the Steelers front office, got to be a concern because they've tried to rebuild that offensive line with draft picks the last 2 years, and they haven't seen the dividends pay off just yet.
Boy, and Ray, that's right where I wanted to go. I mean, the right tackle got blown up the whole game in the first 2 series. The center got hurt. They now are going to a center who was having fumble problems with Fields in the first game. So, as you said, this is a team that's invested in their offensive line. They thought that for the last 2 years, they thought their offensive line was better, and it seems to be the shortcoming of this football team right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the long term, guys, they're very excited about this unit. You know, I think 5 draft picks in the last 2 years have been spent on offensive linemen. I think eventually, you know, the talent is going to rise to the top. I think, you know, rookie center Zach Frazier is going to be a good player. Rookie right tackle Troy Tanu, who was injured this last week, he's probably out for another week or so. He's going to be really good. I do think the jury is still out on Broderick Jones. So I think if there's one guy maybe to watch there that they're a little bit concerned about his development, it would be Jones. But yeah, I mean, you know, anytime you invest as heavily into the line as they have, you know, you're going to expect better results. But, you know, also, you know, exercise some caution here. They are all young. I think it takes time to build that chemistry. But, yeah, so far, not so good.
The Ayuk drama, has that taken some oxygen out of the room? It's a very un-Steelers-like situation on many different levels. Just curious, you know, the whole Ayuk saga, which I guess is still not over, but just curious as to how you think it has affected training camp and the team, if you feel it has.
You know, not outwardly. You know, I don't get the idea that anyone in that receivers room is bothered by it. You know, if you're George Pickens, you say, hey, yeah, come on, bring on Brandon Ayuk. That'll be great. You know, I won't be double covered as much. And I don't think there's anyone else in that room who is established enough to be offended by it. So, you know, I think Omar Khan, the Steelers GM, has played this pretty well. Obviously, you would like some resolution at some point, you know, but right now they're the only team standing, and they're kind of the only team that the 49ers can deal with. Brandon Ayuk has made that clear. So, you know, if I'm Omar Khan, hey, stay patient, see if the 49ers finally cave, and then if they do, you're going to get a really good player on the cheap for not a lot of compensation in return. So, you know, I don't think it's been a big deal, but I do think eventually, guys, if he is going to be on the Steelers, you want him to be in there practicing with Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, the other receivers, because you don't want to be learning on the job once the regular season starts. But I do think Omar Khan is willing to let this play out however long it has to take.
Who would you start at quarterback, and what do you think Tomlin's going to do? Is this Russ's job still to lose? Does Russ have the job, or are we still trying to figure out who the starter is in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I mean, I would go with Wilson, guys, and I think Tomlin's going to do the same. I mentioned Fields and, you know, his big playability with his legs. We've seen that this preseason, but puts the ball in danger too. He should have been picked off at least once on Saturday night against the Bills, maybe twice. And he's just not as careful with the football. I think there's much more upside with Justin Fields, but I think for this football team, the way they're built, they want to run the ball. You know, they're still going to have a defense that's probably going to keep teams under 20 points per game. I think the formula is to have a guy like Wilson in there, not screw it up, right? You know, keep the turnovers down and let your defense win it. Now, if things don't go well early in the season, then yeah, I'm all on board. You know, maybe change would be good, and you know, maybe they would need a spark like Justin Fields. But I think for now, the way this team built, I think it's Russell Wilson's team, and I think it will be until he doesn't play with it.
Ray Fittipaldo, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Follow him on X, Ray Fit with 2 T's, 1, Ray Fit and the number 1. Is it possible, because you could look at it both ways, Ray, that, listen, with an unsettled situation on offense, go with the more experienced, established quarterback. But since the line is the unsettled part, Fields is much better able to run for his life. This isn't 25-year-old Russell Wilson anymore. I mean, could the line play get so bad that they have to put Fields in because the quarterback's a sitting duck otherwise?
No, I mean, it's a good point. This is 36-year-old Russell Wilson who's coming off a calf injury, who hasn't had much practice time in training camp. So, yeah, that's something that the Steelers are really going to have to look at over the next 3 weeks. Where is Russell Wilson health-wise? Is he at 100%? If he's not 100%, then, do they have to recalculate and, maybe look at this decision, in a different light? So, yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate for the Steelers. The one thing that you have to keep in the back of your mind, I think, the preseason games, you're not really game planning for your opposition. I think if it was a regular season game, maybe they would have had the running back or the tight end helping out Broderick Jones, so maybe some of that pressure wouldn't have been there. It's still an issue, but I'm willing to give Arthur Smith and this offensive staff a couple of more weeks to figure it out. If they can't figure it out, the protection is still an issue going into the regular season. Then, yeah, obviously, Justin Fields is the more mobile guy. He's the guy who could deal with that kind of stuff. But I don't care if it's Lamar Jackson, Justin Fields, Ben Roethlisberger. If you don't have an offensive line, you don't have a chance in the NFL, and that situation has to be rectified one way or the other.
Do you think they can run block better than they can pass block, that offensive line? I mean, obviously, you talked about Jones looked like he was on ice skates, or your words in your article against Russo on Saturday night. So what is the positives, if any, for this offensive line?
I mean, positives, you look at the end of last season, they were one of the best running teams in the NFL. They really came on late in the season. They had that 3-game winning streak that got them into the playoffs. They went from really bottom of the league in rushing, and they finished 16th, really based on how they played over the final 8 games. So, can you recapture that? I don't know. It's a new coordinator. It's a new offense. You got a bunch of new players in there. I don't know if you can hang your hat on that. But they have 2 vets in the middle of that line. Guard Isaac Seumalo is probably their best offensive lineman. And then guard James Daniels also is another vet who has a lot of experience. So, maybe those 2 guys, can help those young guys get on track. I do think they're going to be a good rushing team. I think the issue for the Steelers is, can it happen early in the season? That's when you have to establish it. If you're waiting around for it to happen in the second half of the season again, the offense is going to struggle. So that's certainly something to watch here as the regular season creeps up here in a couple of weeks.
Ray, final question from us. And once again, thanks so much for your time. Are there any issues on the other side of the ball? Obviously, they were a very good unit last year, and that's with Watt missing a good chunk of the season. Are there any issues defensively?
If you look at it, they just gave up 1 touchdown to the Texans, and they didn't give up any touchdowns to the Bills. Now, I know Josh Allen didn't play, but really the defense hasn't been the issue this preseason. Now, they haven't been able to stop the run, but again, T.J. Watt hasn't played. Cam Hayward really hasn't played. So, like I said, I think the defense is going to be the strength of this team. The one issue I have is with the secondary. They don't really have a starting slot corner just yet. I think teams might pick on rookie Beanie Bishop if he's in that position. So, yeah, there's a couple of spots they have to shore up. But I think this is going to be a team that is probably going to be around that 18, 20, 21 points per game scoring defense again. And, if they do that again, they're probably going to be in the thick of it in the AFC, and they're probably going to have a chance to make the playoffs. So they can get that shored up. I think this defense is going to be just okay.
Ray, as always, thanks for being generous with your time and seemingly always taking our call. Safe travels to and from Atlanta. We'll catch up early in the season, okay?
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Ray Fittipaldo covering the Steelers for the Post-Gazette in Pittsburgh. Follow him on X. Ray Fit with 2 T's. Ray Fit and the number 1. Ray Fit 1. Ray Fittipaldo joining us here on Miller and Moulton.
There is a lot of fear in Steeler Nation right now, and I can tell you one reason why. My tickets aren't selling.
Oh,
It's as simple as that. We had to basically give the preseason games away. That's what you always do. But by this point in years past, the majority of my tickets, and my wife and I are Pittsburgh Steelers season ticket holders because the wife's family had them and we inherited them. They're not selling. That makes me nervous.
right. And you don't care if you sell them to the opposing team's fans either.
I don't give a damn.
Right. I know. I'm just saying. So
Show me the money, baby.
I understand that back end of the schedule, though. I mean, all those division games, is it the Chiefs or the Eagles? Who do they get at home?
They get the Chiefs.
So, I mean, those are 4 sexy games. That's the second half of the year. Yeah, you know what you need? You need them to go to Atlanta and start the year off with a W.
Got that right.
And then those tickets, and the phone starts ringing right there.
I'm with you. But that's just my gauge from the Steeler fan, because you're right. As it goes later in the season, it'll be opposition fans that want to make a trek to Pittsburgh and see their team play and possibly beat the Steelers, who, boy, oh boy, it is so tough to pick that division.
How about that week 1 game? I mean, you went through it last week one time. You said, let me just show you how sexy week 1 is. How intriguing is Pittsburgh at Atlanta? Oh, yeah, the guy who got fired as head coach in Atlanta is the offensive coordinator in Pittsburgh. And Atlanta just went and signed 2 veterans to add to their defense. So now the Pittsburgh offensive line, which has struggled, they're going to have to block Matthew Judon week 1.
And they couldn't block anyone from Buffalo in that preseason game. So we'll see about this highly invested offensive line for the Steelers and how they were able to handle the Atlanta defense week 1, and for that matter, defenses throughout the season, because they have not looked good in this preseason. They've not looked good in practices and the joint practices that have been held, and their offense has struggled mightily in the early going. So hopefully for Pittsburgh's sake, that can change.
Curious, does Tomlin have to announce who his starter is? Or if you're Mike Tomlin, do you turn around and go, I've already announced who the starter is. I announced it a month ago. What's changed? Or do you think Mike Tomlin feels he actually has to announce at some point in the next week or so who his starter is?
I don't feel like Tomlin feels like he has to do anything. I think he has that type of gravitas that he could just do what he wants. And like you said, he announced the starter a long time ago, but they'll keep asking him every time he steps in front of a microphone, David. So don't worry, he's going to get the question. It's just how he answers it.
Listen, you know me, I like to bring as much snark to the equation as possible. Can you say this to Mike Tomlin? Mike, I'm not asking you who your starter is. I'm just asking you, did you watch the preseason game? We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
You have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto, dinner, and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement Or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band Event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Rain, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M-Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, good luck, Adam, and bring me back a couple. Limit out and bring lobster to the summit tomorrow night.
Well, I'm cook it up for you. LEB, it's better than a clown. So.
Thank you, EB. Boy, I felt like one of our old producers there came back from break, didn't have the guest on.
Ba-dum-bum.
Kansas opens their football season against a school called Lindenwood.
Wait, what?
The University of Kansas opens their season against a school called Lindenwood. It does sound like a golf course, Yinzer. Well, thank you, Craddy G.
Is it nice, Craddy G?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Monday, at least for those in the 239 and the 904. For those in Lake City and Charlotte County, well, there's 1 hour left on this Monday morning. Hope you had a nice weekend. Thanks for starting your week off with us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question. So we threw 3 rookie quarterbacks out there, the ones that we know are going to be starting. And Sean Payton hasn't announced it yet, but come on, Bo Nix is starting. So Caleb Williams in Chicago, Jaden Daniels in Washington, Bo Nix in Denver. Which one of the 3 is going to have the best season? And you get to define what best is. So there. That's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. And vote accordingly.
Because if we would have said wins, which quarterback wins the most game, I think Caleb Williams would have been the obvious choice. That's the best team. They won the most games last year. They've added to that team. There are weapons on that team. It looks as if they can actually maybe be a factor now in the North, particularly with Minnesota going with Sam Darnold, and that looks like that's going to be an unmitigated disaster for the Vikings this year offensively.
You know, Mark, you just pointed out something which I think goes into what our belief system is. Like you said, of the 3 teams, the Bears, the Commanders, and the Broncos, the Bears won the most games last year. Actually, the Broncos did. You know, we talked earlier in the show about the Raiders deciding on Minshew. Both the Raiders and Broncos won 8 games last year. And yet we don't look at either team that way. Don't we look at both teams as like 5-11, 6-10, or excuse me, 5-12, 6-11 teams from a year ago?
Yeah, we did. And that's my bad. I apologize. I apologize to the great people of Denver, to the 2 people in our Twitch chat room, and to Sean Payton personally.
That's not why I brought it up. I brought it up because, but I brought it up because I really think we, and I don't just mean Miller and Moulton, we as in the football fan, we have feelings. Also, we are giving the Chargers every benefit of the doubt heading into this season, simply because of the coach they hired. But they won 5 games last year, and they've taken away from the roster that won 5 games.
Both receivers gone.
The quarterback starting the year injured, by the way. I mean, make no mistake about it. Oh, it's a little bit of plantar fasciitis. You know, he won't be 100% to start the year, but he'll be able to play through it. Really? Are you sure? Because that's been an injury that has ruined seasons before for many a skilled player. But, I mean, isn't that the – and we are guilty of this. That the Broncos and the Raiders are not good. And, well, now that Jim Harbaugh's with the Chargers, give it an hour, they're going to be good.
And as you pointed out, even though that roster, particularly on offense, is not the same roster that it was a year ago.
No. And even if you're all in on the coach and the quarterback, that's great. Who's he throwing to? Who's he handing the ball off to? I mean, the good players on offense outside of Herbert, they're all gone, right? I mean, 2 wide receivers and Eckler?
Yes.
I mean, that's a lot to replace, isn't it? But it's Harbaugh. And let's be honest, he inherited a mess 13 years ago in San Francisco. A mess. And they hosted the NFC title game.
Keenan Allen had 108 receptions last year. That was 6th in the league. That's gone.
I was going to say, I didn't think he was coming back, Mark.
I mean, that's gone off of that team.
Williams is with the Jets.
Yes, he is.
Now, he's coming off an off-season surgery, and he's not healthy yet, but he ain't
And
coming
he's
back.
never
Well,
He's never healthy. He's a great receiver when healthy, but his availability has never been his strong point.
Mark, are you saying you're writing the sentence that says he's a terrific receiver when healthy, comma, but he's never healthy, comma?
Yes.
But anyway, he's not back in Los Angeles, Mark.
No, he is not. He's with
So-
the AFC East champion, New York Jets.
Oh, I can't believe. Speaking of which, you know, I want to come down hard on this guy, but first off, he's an older gentleman. I don't like to come down hard on older guys. Okay. But sometimes they bring it upon themselves, and I still try not to come down hard on him. Like even Jera. Like I try to handle Jera as nicely as I can, even though I do think 4 drunks at the end of the bar would be more effective general managers than him. But
Even though he's won 12 games the last 3 years.
yes, I do. I still believe that. Good. But did you see what Stephen Ross said over the weekend? And this is a tough. You're the owner. You spent hundreds of millions of dollars. You spent, it's a multi-billion-dollar franchise. You want to be excited about it. I get it. But do they need a pat on the back or do they need some tough love?
The Dolphins?
Yeah.
They need tough love.
And what did they get from Stephen Ross over the weekend?
A pat on the back.
They got more than that. We're Super
might have
Bowl
gotten a hug.
contenders.
Right.
We're Super Bowl contenders. Come on, Steven. What are you doing? Could these guys win you a playoff game? A playoff game before you go a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. You shouldn't be cannonballing into the deep end. You're 84 years old. You could hurt yourself. What are you doing? How about he should have pulled the line out that the Jags owner pulled out 2 weeks ago. We've given them everything possible to be successful. Now it's up to them. That's what I wanted to hear out of Stephen Ross. We're Super Bowl contenders. You couldn't beat the Tennessee Titans in December last year when it was a really important game. They finished in last place. You're at home, by the way. You're Super Bowl contenders. Come on. The season's already sold out, Stephen. You don't have to sell a single ticket. Second year in a row, by the way. Every damn ticket, suite, you name it, done. You're taken care of. Checks are already cashed.
That's another poll question we could table up. What do you want your owner to be? Glass half full, realistic?
Or tough. Or how about a little tough love? I mean, because he's a great owner in many. I mean, seriously, I know he gets, they've never won anything. And so he takes a lot of grief. First off, he, out of his pocket, took $400 million out of his front pocket, made all the repairs to the stadium. Okay. He didn't ask for a penny from, city, county, nothing. Okay. Secondly, has there ever been a Dolphins general manager who was ever unable to make a deal because Stephen Ross said, "Oh, I ain't going to shell out the money for that"?
Think about what he did in the offseason. Reworked Waddle, gave Waddle a deal, gave Tua a deal, gave Hill more money, set him up. So
Chris
took care of the players that needed to be taken care of. That would have been high maintenance.
Right. Chris Greer, what do you need? Yeah, sure. Just tell me. Done. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Right. I mean, but come on, man. I mean, why are you not annoyed? I'm annoyed for you. I'm not even a fan. I'm annoyed for him. I mean, at what point do you go, come on, man, I'm getting old. We haven't won a playoff game since I bought this team. I mean, come on. Do something for me, guys. Win a division, get me a home playoff game, and get me a win. And I want the game ball, okay? I want a playoff victory game ball. Then we can talk about anything you want. But until I get one of those, shut up and play. Which sounds a little bit like shut up and dribble, doesn't it?
It does.
I didn't want to go all Laura Ingram there, but
I think it's interesting, David, that do you think the Dolphin fan base thinks the same way as their owner or the same way as you?
I don't
Because
know.
I think the Dolphins fan base largely thinks the same way their owner does, that they're a Super Bowl contender. And I just don't see it. I don't think they're good enough at either line of scrimmage compared to the elite teams in the AFC.
Mark, I guess my point is I don't care whether they're a Super Bowl contender or not. Okay, I hope he's right. And even if they were, Mark, okay, the bottom line is they haven't done it. I can't give you your flowers if you haven't given me anything. I don't even have a vase to put them in. Come on. That's my point. Deep down, do I think we're a Super Bowl contender? Yeah, actually I do. But I ain't going to say it. These guys haven't done squat for me.
And the Dolphins start out with two pretty good teams. Jacksonville, whose expectations are reasonably high, and Buffalo.
Both at home, though, right?
Both at home.
Right, which also, pressure to win those early season games, especially the division game.
Then it's at Seattle, home for Tennessee. You know how tough that is. At New England before their bye. They need to be 4-1 at the bye.
Well, and you and I do. This is one thing we agree upon with the Jets. You and I think the Jets are getting off to a good start. And that doesn't necessarily mean going into San Francisco and beating the Niners week 1. But we just look at the Jets. I think it's first 5 or 6 games before they host the Bills on a Monday night. I think it's the second Monday in October they host the Bills. And you and I look at the Jets schedule and go, oh, that's got 4-1 written on it. And if by chance they win the opener, who knows? They might have a donut.
So both, the Jets are going to, and my opinion, are going to get off to a really good start. The Dolphins have to get off to a really good start.
Back end of both, schedules are, tougher. So would behoove all the teams in that division to get off to a good start. And we'll say it again, if you're the Jets or the Dolphins, if you can't get the Bills this year, you might have to write off most of the rest of the decade because this is their worst team of the decade. And that was before Milano got hurt. So if you can't beat Buffalo this year, no Diggs, no Milano, no Gabe Davis. I mean, come on. What are we serious? Miller and Moulton. Scott Lewis, he covers the Bears. We'll talk to him in 25 minutes. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, West Coast Dolphin fan, I know you keep telling me the Jets aren't going to win the division. Who is going to win the division then? The Bills? Or are you that much of a homer you actually think the Miami Dolphins can win the division? I do, Irish, and it ain't close. No, and that Milano thing's a big deal to me, West Coast Dolphin fan. A big deal. You could run on him last year when he wasn't playing. Now he's gone for the whole year. Well, because they needed line help and receiver help too, RCB. They lost a lot of bodies.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Scott Lewis covers the Bears. He will join us coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Garry Smits covers the Jags, among many beats for the Times-Union in Jacksonville. He will join us coming up at the top of the hour. We're 2 preseason games in, except for the Bears and Texans, who played the Hall of Fame game, so they've played 3 preseason games. And basically, we're done seeing the starters. Don't know how much you got to see the starters for your team. All depends on the coach. But basically, if you haven't seen them by now, you ain't going to see them again for another, 17, 18, 20, 21 days. It's over. That was it. Sneak peek. There you go. Next. So, and we got fantasy drafts coming up. And then, so, whatever input, although I guess, the rookies, and maybe somebody's going to play in a 3rd preseason game that you're going to draft. Maybe, probably not. So, that's why we're spending a little more time than in years past than we have talking what you've seen in August, because Miller and Moulton don't really believe in August.
It did lead us to our poll question today, however. It led me to it. David apprehensively jumped on board with the poll question. And that's simply, what rookie quarterback is going to have the best season? Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix. And Bo Nix has looked good in preseason. There's no 2 ways about it. He's looked like he knows what he's doing.
Right.
We'll see when teams start showing a real defense against him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and game planning for the Broncos, right? But there's no doubt they've all looked good. Those 3 have all looked good, and can't say it enough. I mean, Washington, listen, they got 1 year at RG3 where he was terrific. He beat out Andrew Luck for Rookie of the Year. He was terrific his rookie year. And it looked like, wow, this is the first time Washington's had a franchise quarterback. Kirk Cousins was solid. He was consistent. Mark Rippon had the great year. There have been moments in time, but really the last time the Redskins / Commanders had a guy where for 5, 6, 7 years, their fan base was like, yeah, we got a quarterback. It's Theismann. Theismann got hurt in 85. And with the exception of a few moments in time, when's the last time the Bears, Mark, had a quarterback that the entire fan base, for 5 years, in which the fan base said, yeah, we got a guy?
It's McMahon.
And McMahon started getting hurt 86, 87. Jim McMahon didn't play in the playoffs on the 14-2 team in 86 because he was starting to get hurt. So, that's almost 40 years. And we all know Denver has not hit on a quarterback that they've drafted ever, because they didn't draft Elway. They acquired Peyton Manning at free agency. I mean, Mark,
is Bo Nix really tall enough to play quarterback for the Denver Broncos?
He is. Now that John Elway has nothing to do with the organization, all right, they changed the standards, and so yes, he is tall enough. But Elway had to leave. Right, that was his thing. Osweiler, Manning, and
a few others.
I mean, can you argue the best quarterback they've drafted ever was Jay Cutler? And he wasn't it for them, right? They're the ones that drafted Cutler. And they unloaded him. Pretty sure I'm right about that. I mean, because they didn't draft Elway. Colts did. They made a trade. Obviously, they didn't draft Peyton. Even when they went to the Super Bowl the first time, Craig Morton I mean,
Drafted by the Cowboys, right?
And had already gone through with the Giants and flamed out. I mean, the Broncos have not had a lot of fortune, hardly any, with drafting quarterbacks. We would love for all three of these guys to be terrific. It would be so good for the league. My goodness, especially in the NFC, to have Chicago and Washington have franchise quarterbacks. Oh, my goodness. I mean, the Commanders sold for $6 billion. They haven't had a quarterback in 40 years. Imagine if they got a quarterback, what they'd be worth.
So that's what we're asking. Which quarterback's going to have the best year out of the three rookies? Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. That's how you vote. You can text the show at 21,000. If you haven't texted in the last 4 or 5 weeks, you need to text a new keyword. That keyword is Miller. Text that to 21,000, then you can text as much or as little as you would like. Just like if you'd like to sponsor the show and you've already texted, you text that sponsor. That's the other word we want to see. We want to see Miller, and then we want to see sponsor.
Right. Hey, I'm going to transition on you here, and you're probably not going to like it, but there's 6 weeks left in the Major League Baseball season.
Yes,
the AL East is tied. The AL Central, 3 teams within 3 games. The West, Houston, a week ago, they were tied with Seattle. Now they're 4 up. So Seattle had a bad week. We'll see if that one rematerializes. In the National League, you got 3 teams within 4 games? Dodgers, Padres, Diamondbacks?
Yep.
And because of what they've done for 30-plus years, the Braves are 7 back of the Phillies, but beginning tomorrow, they play them 7 times in the next 2 weeks.
Well, and what's even more interesting, and we had thought these divisions were over a long time ago. Not only are there's 4 divisions, and if you want to include Phillies and the Braves as a 5th division that's still up for grabs. First overall is still very much in play in both leagues, and not just by the division leaders. The Padres are only 3.5 back of the Phillies for the top spot in the National League. In the American League, the Twins are only 2.5 back of the Orioles and Yankees for the top spot in the American League. That was we didn't even think that was a possibility, David.
Right.
4th of July.
I believe the Brewers, Dodgers, and Phillies are all tied in the loss column. Also for best record. Maybe the Brewers are 1 game back, but not only the 3 division leaders, okay, and then like you mentioned, the Padres and Diamondbacks are right on LA's heels, who's tied in the loss column with the other 2. So 4 of the 6 divisions are 4 games or less right now, including one that's at a dead heat. I mean, Orioles and Yankees are tied with 37 to go. Anybody talking about baseball, by the way? Anybody? A couple of cute stories here, there. Does it matter? Is this a lazy topic for a sports talk show host like me to bring up? I mean, does it matter that nationally this sport in mid-August can't get talked about? I mean, once again, we're talking Yankees, Dodgers, Phillies, Braves. 3-team races in 2 of the 4 divisions in question. Does it matter or not?
David, if a 1 seed would dominate in the postseason and win, then these races might matter a little bit more. But the way the playoffs have gone the last few years, as we've gone to expanded playoffs, I don't know if getting the 1 seed in football is everything. Getting that week off means a great deal of difference between trying to get to a Super Bowl and not. Getting the 1 seed in baseball and getting to the World Series doesn't have that same feel to me, David.
Well, no. Recently, in fact, it's being the 4, 5, or 6 seed was seemingly not a bad thing to be, particularly in the National League. So, okay. Just wondering. Not only that, Judge is on pace to hit about 60. Ohtani's going to hit over 50. Anyway, Scott Lewis is next. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Scott's on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour, Garry Smits, who covers the Jags. He will join us coming up at the top of the hour. A reminder, go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. The Four Meisters Fantasy Football Summit is tomorrow night. It's Shoeless Joe's, the Doubletree, Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers, 7 o'clock. You can get there as early as 6. You can eat either during it or before it. And millerandmoulton.com. Sign up. Dr. Roto will be there. It'll be a good time. Had by all. Scott Lewis is kind enough to join us right now. You know, Barber Chair Scott, founder of the Barber Chair Network, co-host of the 79th and Hallis podcast. You can follow him on X at Barb Chair Scott. Barb Chair Scott. Scott, David, and Mark, once again, thanks for doing this. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. How y'all feeling?
Well, we're feeling good, and we need you to go back about 7-8 years.
Okay.
The hype machine involving this team and their young quarterback. The same, better, or worse than with Trubisky 7-8 years ago?
Oh, it's not even close. Trubisky was I think everybody was upset, at least I was when he got drafted, about him being drafted over Patrick Mahomes and really more specifically Deshaun Watson. I think that was a more realistic target that Bears fans were expecting. We knew they had a really, really great defense, especially after adding Khalil Mack in 2018. So I kind of felt like that was more of we know we have a good defense, we've got a good running game, we've got decent receivers. Can the quarterback not mess it up? So this is the feeling I've not felt as not only a member of the Bears media for the last couple of years, but as a Bears fan for basically all my life, is promise at the quarterback position and not hoping that it's something. It's more we see it even in preseason. You're seeing what he could possibly be. So it's a way different feeling than it was 7-8 years ago.
And living up to the hype's everything, but the one good thing that Caleb Williams has is that I don't recall a Bears team with this many. When's the last time you looked at a Bears team with this many weapons?
Even the closest it would probably have to do would be those 2013, 2014 teams that they didn't make the playoffs, but they had like the number 2 scoring offense was Jay Cutler, Brandon Marshall, Alshon Jeffrey, Martellus Bennett, Matt Forte. But even then, it wasn't this. Like this is something, like you said, I've never seen before. You got 2 maybe borderline Hall of Famers and Keenan Allen, DJ Moore. You've never in any other draft it would have been, you have Roma Doomsday. He'd been the number 1 thought. Like he's the number 3 option. And you got guys like DeAndre Swift. Cole Kmet, Gerald Everett. It's all over the place, and this is definitely something new, kind of overwhelming for Bears fans too, because even through these preseason, we haven't seen all of them. Like they've been, only playing a little bit the vets, but it's something that I feel all Bears fans right now they're excited, but I guess they're kind of a little bit shocked too that we actually have modern style offense and stars really almost every offensive position.
Founder of the Barber's Chair Network, co-host of the 79th and Hallis podcast. He is Scott Lewis, a.k.a. Barber Chair Scott, and he joins us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Do you believe in the coaching staff, head coach and offensive coordinator? Is there belief, or is there deep down a belief that these guys aren't good enough?
I think it's wait and see. I think that there's definitely question marks with Evan Flus. There's definitely question marks for Shane Waldron. I think the number one thing I've always said is biggest trouble as the Bears have had finding a quarterback. Finding a really good head coach and offensive coordinator has been just as big of an issue. If you look in the modern era of Bears football, you got Mike Ditka and you got Lovie Smith, and that's really about it. And I really can't even name an offensive coordinator who's even good, at least in my time as a Bears fan. So I think the question is very much out on those 2. I think there's more pressure on Shane Waldron more than Matt Eberflus because what I've told a lot of Bears fans on our podcast and my co-host, my brother, is I think that Flus has job security, unless the Bears are straight up fall on their flip faces this year, maybe and win less games than they did last year, which I don't see at all. I think he's here regardless, but I definitely think there's going to be pressure on. Okay, now you've got the weapons, but can you make the right plays? And I think that Flus has shown improvement at least through preseason, and it's just something small as in last year he didn't really not really pay attention, but didn't really take the preseason seriously. This past Saturday, one thing that really stood out to me was the offense really wasn't doing that much in the first quarter and a half, and he decided to play the starters the entire first half. And that's when it really started going. When Caleb made that amazing throw to Roman Dewis, and actually the best play that Caleb made was the one that didn't count when Roman's foot was out of bounds, which I got a chance to ask DJ Moore about after the game, and he was laughing about yes, rookie mistake, but it's good he got it out early. So it's good to see that he's paying attention to those things, and it's something he didn't do last year. I think Shane Waldron, of course, in the preseason he's going to be real vanilla with what play calls you're playing out there, but in these three preseason games we've seen, I've seen a lot more screens that make sense. Like Luke Getsy last year would call screens. It will be screens that don't make sense. So I think the smaller stuff like that we've seen so far are encouraging. But at least for me, and I know for a whole bunch of Bears fans, we got to see it before we, crown anybody, especially when we have all these weapons. You got to do it right.
With all the weapons and a quarterback that's mobile, maybe that can, help out. But where is the offensive line right now? What I watched a little bit of preseason, Caleb had a couple of plays where he scrambled, and, man, he can make great plays on the move. But sooner or later, it's going to be, 5 steps back from the line. Can the line get it done?
Yeah, well, offensive line is a big question. I think the biggest question with the offensive line is being healthy. I think when healthy, this team, with this offensive line can, be a really, really good group. I don't think they're an elite group, but I think they could be, a bottom 10 group, like maybe, 10, 9 or 10, something like that, if they stay healthy. I mean, they're the biggest guys they have on the offensive line would be Tevin Jenkins. But Tevin Jenkins, out of 55 starts, he's only played like 28 or something like that. So there's a big question mark for that. Nate Davis is, he's the biggest question mark. He has not really been visible since he got signed at the beginning of last season, missing a lot of practices, not playing games. When he does play games, he's, up and down. He returned to practice this week, and, he spoke to the media a couple of days ago, and he didn't really, take accountability for the situation or even talk about it that much. But that's a big question mark is there. I think the strongest, person they have on offensive line is probably second-year player Darnell Wright, and you're going to be expecting him to take that lead too. So I think if they can keep, a consistent group, I think they can be good. But I definitely think that's a huge question mark because you want to keep your rookie quarterback healthy. You don't want to have the situation you had with Justin Fields, where a lot of times Justin was running for his life. And you definitely don't want to have where, Jay Cutler, in my opinion, has the worst offensive line in the history of the Bears. Like, he got sacked 72 times one year. So you want to protect the rookie quarterback. The good thing is that Caleb does know how to make plays with his feet. Last year at USC, he had a terrible offensive line, so he's used to that. But you don't want your rookie quarterback and franchise quarterback to be used to that. So hopefully they can stay healthy and really protect them out there.
The Bears were 20th in points allowed last year in the league. It doesn't get talked about much. I mean, they did give up a point a game less than the Lions, though. But they give up around 22 plus points per game. All right. Defense, same, better, or worse than a year ago?
I think it's better than a year ago. I think last year, I think they were like number 1 or number 2 run defense. I think they got off to a slow start last year because of Kyler Gordon being injured to start the season. And then, you had a different defensive coordinator. Once Alan Williams got fired and Flus took over for, calling plays, it took it to another level. What really took it to another level was the midseason trade of Montez Sweat. Montez Sweat changed that entire defensive line. And of course, defensive line is getting to the quarterback. That makes what your linebackers and what your secondary does even more spectacular. I think they have 2 of the best linebackers in football. And I know in today's era of football, we don't really praise the linebackers like that. But T.J. Edwards and Tremaine Edmonds, they've been great. And I think that this year they're even better. I think what we've seen in these couple preseason games, especially in camp, what I've seen is, that this secondary is deep. Jaquan Briscoe started safety is in and out because of injuries during camp, but you barely even paid attention during the preseason game this past week. Jonathan Owens, he made some big plays out there. Kyler Gordon returning from injury, he had a massive hit on the Bengals, and they just look like they're a very, very deep squad. You have a veteran like Kevin Byard who's come over and replaced Eddie Jackson. He's been good. Taylor Johnson looks like a shutdown corner to me. He had a really, really good last year, got paid this offseason. He looks like Joe Burrow didn't even look his way in joint practices on Thursday, and the defense intercepted Joe Burrow 3 times. It could have been 5. It could have been 5. Tremaine Edmonds dropped one. Taylor Johnson dropped another one. So I'm really, really excited about defense. If I had any question mark, it would be the other side of it, like who's going to be the edge who's going to help Montez Sweat out. But I think that Eric Washington has been the coordinator. His game plan, as far as blitzing and sending heat at the quarterback, it's really, really going to help. And I expect a big year from their year 2 defensive tackle, Gervon Dexter. I think if he steps up, if you get something from rookie Austin Booker, Marcus Walker healthy, I think it's going to be a really, really top 5 defense if everything clicks for them.
How do you measure success of this team this year? Vegas is over-unders 8.5. That seems about right. I mean, that means a winning season. Is a winning season enough, or does this have to be a playoff year? How do you accept this year as successful for the Bears?
I think successful for me for the Bears is just all about Caleb Williams. I think if Caleb Williams has a really, really good rookie season, I think by default we're probably going to win 8 or 9 games. But this team last year, they won 7 games. They could have easily won 10 games. They had like 3 games that historically they should have not have lost. I think it was like a 98% chance of winning all 3 of those games. So I think that they have to at least win more than last year. But if, let's just say they go 8-9 or 9-8, 1 or 2 games better than last year. But you go out there and you see Caleb Williams throws 3,500 yards, 25 touchdowns, a couple rushing, maybe only has 10 or 12 interceptions. That's a good year. So I think that will be something that will be considered probably like the Bear expectations. But I think the ceiling for this team is unlimited. If he comes out there, Caleb, and has a great season, it would not shock me if they make a playoff run. Now, I'm not predicting it. They're in a very, very tough division. I think Detroit's going to be good again, even though they're dealing with injuries. I think Green Bay is going to be really good. I think it's going to be a 3-team race. I think I can see Week 18 where the division's coming down to that last game, maybe at Lambeau Field where the Bears are playing. So I think that if healthy, a good season for me, I got them at 10-7. I think 10-7 is a fair number from playing the last place schedule. But I feel like they got to get off on the right foot. You got to go out there. You got to beat Tennessee Week 1. You don't want to lose. I don't want to put too much emphasis on a Week 1 game, but you don't want to lose Week 1, and then you got to go to Houston Sunday Night Football Week 2. So I feel like a good season for this Bears team is a really good rookie year for Caleb, and at least 1 or 2 more wins than you had last year.
Scott Lewis, he founded the Barber Chairs Network. He's co-host of the 79th and Hollis podcast. That's one of his multiple podcasts. Follow Scott on X, Barb Chair Scott, Barb Chair Scott. Scott, as always, appreciate your time and your insight, and we'll catch you in again right around the opener.
Definitely, man. Definitely. I love talking to y'all. Have a good day.
Scott Lewis, kind enough to join us once again, and you could tell he's at every Bears practice. Okay. He's watched every snap. And nice to bring him into the fold this year.
Lot of hype.
Mm-hmm.
Lot of hype. Most teams struggle when handling that kind of hype when they're that young. They're young at the offensive line as well. I mean, that's a young O-line. They spent a lot of draft resources in the last couple of years to try to bolster that line.
We've talked about it. The Falcons for many years invested in the offensive line and it wasn't working. Now we've got a team, Jets have invested, have mostly missed. All right, Giants have invested, yet to see the dividends. They had to go veteran free agent route this year to shore up holes. We've just got done talking about the Steelers who've invested heavily resource-wise the last 2-3 years in the offensive line. It still hasn't taken hold. Is it beginning to take hold in Chicago? Just about everybody on that line is under 27 years of age. If they get it right, they can be good for a while.
And as he pointed out, a last place schedule. Big difference between who Detroit's playing in their crossover games and Chicago's playing in theirs. Big difference.
Even the subtle, because they finished tied with the Vikings, both 7-10, but the Bears got the 4th place schedule. See what he did there, though. Little pressure, though, on the opener. Because Week 2, they're at Houston in prime time, Sunday night. So, even it's like, don't really want to go to Houston 0-1.
No, because then you're at Indy, and a lot of people have high expectations of the Colts. I'm not one of them, but a lot of people are putting the Colts up there as a playoff team this year.
I just find it fascinating that they went from Minshew, who, granted, he got a better offer from Vegas and he ends up being the starter than to stick as the backup. But, the dichotomy between Anthony Richardson and Joe Flacco at quarterback in Indianapolis to me is fascinating. It's a completely different offense if Flacco has to go in. Completely different. Like they're trying to find a mini Lamar to back up Lamar. They're other places they try to find somebody who at least is in the area code in terms of style of play of their starting quarterback.
Right, and they've got one guy that runs like a deer and one that can't run anymore.
No,
at all.
And that's if he was riding a deer. Garry Smits covers the Jags. He's next. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto, dinner, and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football
Do you
Summit.
have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band Event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Ray, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M. Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And I agree, Scott's a fast talker, but he got a lot of information out there.
Yeah, Ambient, isn't it wild? You know, it was the 2000 season. I think it was December 30th of 2000, I think. 30th, 31st, something like that. I was at the game covering it. Smith ran right by me to score the game-winning touchdown in overtime against Peyton and the Colts. Yeah, did you hear, they brought back an interview Brady did in which he said the toughest defense that I faced were the early 2000 Dolphins defenses.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour, the Diamond District bonus hour of Miller and Moulton in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. He's very busy and does a terrific job with 3 different beats. He covers the college scene in Jacksonville, JU and UNF. He covers the PGA Tour scene, and he also covers the Jags. He's Garry Smits. All right, follow him. Great X name, G Smitter. G Smitter, Smitter. Garry, it's David and Mark. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Thanks for having me.
Writes for the Florida Times Union. Read his work at Jacksonville.com. Jacksonville.com. All right. Last week with the Jags, big week. Spent, playing against the Bucks in practice and then a game. What'd you see?
Well, the combined practices, one of them was in full pads, and that was, I tell you what, the Bucks defense kind of won that one. The Jaguars had some protection issues. And, Trevor had to, run for his life a couple of times, as did the other backup quarterbacks. But on balance, played pretty good. The second combined practice, they didn't have any upper pads and shorts, so contact's a little bit limited. The game itself was the major theme of the game was who was going to be the number 2 quarterback to Trevor Lawrence. Trevor didn't play, so it was Mac Jones in the first half, C.J. Beathard the second half. Mac outplayed CJ, not by a substantial margin, but by a pretty clear margin. Both of them threw a touchdown pass. Both of them took a couple of sacks each. CJ did have to play with an offensive line that's composed of guys who are very likely to be on a practice squad or cut. So you'll have to kind of give them that a little bit. But the issue may be moot as who's going to be the number 2 quarterback, because C.J. Beathard left the game the fourth quarter with a groin injury, and we're not quite sure it's the exact same groin injury of a couple of years ago. He got hurt on the last play of the last mandatory minicamp practice in 2022, and he wasn't able to have contact until about 3 weeks into training camp the following camp. So that was a slow recovery there. We're not sure. Doug's going to tell us a little bit more about it later this morning. So I think by default, at least to start the season, Mac Jones will be the number 2 quarterback.
How's Trevor looked all in all? I mean, I know you said he's running for a life and a little bit of practices, but after a year where he was banged up and played a lot of the season, I think injured, how has he looked so far in camp?
You know, his first 3 or 4 training camp practices, he was average to one of them was pretty bad. He threw 2 picks in one practice. Both of them were avoidable. You know, it's not like the defensive back made a tremendous play or he was being rushed into throwing up a really bad pass. But he rebounded the first day in pads was perhaps his best day of practice. He was, you know, it was a ridiculous number, like 17 out of 18 completions in all the full team periods, the 7-on-7s and the 11-on-11s. And since then, he's had only one practice. That was an indoor practice where he threw a pretty bad pick that we could kind of say that wasn't as good as he done. And he's been pretty good ever since. He has been the guy that they're willing to pay $275 million to. So on balance, I think he's had a pretty good camp.
Garry Smits, he covers the Jags for the Florida Times-Union in Jacksonville. Read his work at jacksonville.com and follow him on X at G Smitter, the letter G Smitter, Smitter. Do you agree with the owner when he came out 2 weeks ago and said, hey, we've given these guys everything to win. Now it's their turn to start winning? I think we lost Garry.
Yeah, I think he's in a wind tunnel right now, more than anything.
Right. Well,
there we go.
He could be riding over one of those bridges. Garry, did you hear the question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I went over a bridge and I lost you a little bit. So go ahead and repeat what you just said.
You know, the owner came out 2 weeks ago and said, hey, man, we've given you everything you need to win. It's time to go win. Do you agree?
Everything, you know, I'm not sure because, for one thing, they did not address really the offensive line in free agency or the draft. They did take a guy from Missouri, Javon Foster, in the 4th round, and he struggled the other night, by the way. So everything, I'm not sure. And the offensive line issues were at the heart of what their problems were in practice or in the games last year, where they had that bad streak at the end. Trevor had some injuries. They had a lot of problems in the red zone, especially inside the 10. So now, did they give Trevor a couple of weapons? Yes. Devin Duvernay is going to be a pretty good wide receiver. He may be even better returner, except for the fact that another wide receiver, a second-year wide receiver, Parker Washington, has played very well, and he may actually be used in returns more than Duvernay. Tank Bigsby, backup running back to Travis Etienne, has had an extremely good camp. So I like where they are offensively as far as skill position guys. Defensively, the defensive line is much improved. There's more depth. You know, Eric Armstead is going to start full contact this week, we believe. He picked him up for the 49ers. Devon Hamilton is back. He had a back injury last year, and they think he's back to full form, and he's had a good camp. Josh Hines-Allen has had a pretty good camp. And the secondary is very, very deep, and they picked up a couple of veterans in Ronald Darby and Darnell Savage. So I think defensively they might be better. Skill position-wise, offense, they're better. Kicking game is solid. The offensive line remains the question mark.
Are they going to be able to get after the quarterback? That's my only worry with their I think their defense has improved, but I just wonder about sacks from this team. Are they going to be able to put pressure on the quarterback without blitzing?
Yeah, they do need, although Josh Hines-Allen had a very good year last year with 17 sacks. Trayvon Walker had 10 sacks. They need to get a little bit more pressure. They need to be able to blitz a little bit better and get more pressure that way. And they need some interior push, which they didn't have last year. You're right in the assessment that they do need to get more pressure on the quarterback. And I think they've got the pieces in place to do that. It's really hard to replicate that or to do that in training camp when you're going against each other. You're not. You may show some blitz, but you're not going all out. You're not taking guys to the ground, and that's something we're going to have to wait to see September 8th when they go down to Miami.
Garry, is this team kind of angry, playing with an edge at all? I mean, they should be angry with themselves. I mean, they blew it last year, losing 5 of the last 6. Are they angry at all?
Yeah, you're exact. You know what? You don't necessarily. I tell you what, if you measure that by, I don't know, maybe getting some fisticuffs in training camp or whatever, they've only had one incident like that. So there's this quiet determination, I guess. They know the veterans know what happened last year. They know that they had everything in place. They were 8-3. They had Cincinnati in for a Monday night game. They were in overtime, and Trevor got hurt. C.J. Becker threw a deep pass to Calvin Ridley down to the 2 in overtime, and it got called back because of a marginal holding penalty on Anton Harrison. So they know they were a play away from going 9-3, and then that would have been good enough to get into the playoffs, even if they had some of the losses that they had down the stretch. But yeah, they're not happy because it was the exact reverse of the year before. The year before they started slow, and then they went gangbusters the last month and a half. So they know that. Does that get them angry enough to go out there and actually do something about it? We'll see. I do know the schedule is tougher. They start out at Miami. They've got Cleveland at home. They've got Buffalo early, and they've got the Raiders down the road. It's not the easiest schedule in the world. I think it's a little bit more difficult than last year. So I guess we're all going to find out in Miami on the 8th.
They thought they were going to score a lot more points a year ago. Is this offense poised to be what they thought it was going to be last year?
Yes, as long as number 16 stays healthy, and as long as they protect him. And Trevor also has to curb his tendency to try to force the ball into tight windows. He tries to play too much hero ball, and that goes back to high school, maybe in college when he could afford to do that. And I'll give him credit. He always thinks he can make the big play. The big play is not always the safest play. Sometimes it's okay to check down. And I think he's actually displayed that in training camp, or the first 3 or 4 camps. He threw a lot of stuff underneath, and I think on purpose, working on it, especially in the red zone. And they've done pretty well there and everything. So I think, he's in his 4th year. He's now, he's a veteran. He's got that contract behind him. If he stays healthy, I think he's going to have a big year. I think he's got the pieces in place to do that.
Garry, thanks for making time for us. All right, safe travels, and hopefully we can talk again once the season's underway.
Okay, fellas, thanks for having me again. See you.
Garry Smits, he covers the Jags amongst his many beats for the Florida Times-Union. Read his work at jacksonville.com, jacksonville.com. Follow him on X. G. Smitter, Smitter, Garry Smits.
All it takes is a somewhat creative X handle, and Moulton wants the guest on once a week.
I'm a sucker for just an above average Twitter/X handle. You are right. All right. Also,
if you knew how to change your X handle, would you?
Oh my goodness, yes. Oh my goodness, yes. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. It's obnoxious. All right. But I couldn't come up with anything. Nothing. And so our producer at the time said, fine, I'm going to give you this. You need to be on Twitter. Boom. And so I'm stuck with the David Moulton.
But you're not stuck with it. It's not that hard to change. Maybe when you're here, Wednesday we'll change it.
Okay. Something to look forward to. I hate it. I don't like when, the Buckeyes call it the Ohio State University. Oh, don't take yourself so seriously. That's what it sounds like to me. I don't want to be the David Moulton.
Well, and I think what really gets you about it is I'm pretty sure when he did it, he capitalized all of the.
He did.
So it emphasizes the.
Right. I mean, first off, I'm nothing. I'm nobody. So what? The nobody? I mean, isn't that like pathetic? G. Smitter, though, that's very golf. That's very hockey nickname-ish. And Garry Smits, what are we going to call him? Smitty. We call everybody Smitty. Well, how about G. Smitter? Okay. Come on, you know all those years around the rink. Tell me G. Smitter's not a hockey nickname.
It's a hockey nickname, David. You've got that right 100%. Miller and Moulton. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band Event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Ring, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M. Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Drive through David would be good. Hi, Joe.
Yes. You know what, JB Vike? Dynamic Dave would be funny. Especially if we can do a hyphen in between the Y and the N. Dynamic.
Not a bad little Monday show.
No. Gonna go hard this week. Because beginning next week, I think we just, line them up. Cameron will join us from Ireland at some point. He's just got to figure out his schedule. I mean, he even offered. So.
See Connor Stallions as a high school coach?
Yes.
As far as we know, game day's being done there.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if the dog will make it.
Oh, yeah. Not sure about that. The picture I saw did not have him. I don't know. What you got? Uh-uh. Yeah. No. Nope. Actually, RCB, I've seen them do nothing but suck up to Florida State.
Ten seconds.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two. Hey, how about us loading up on Caitlin Clark and the FIVA on Friday?
Big win, David. That's two in a row. We had a Phillies win and a Caitlin Clark win. We're on a roll.
We are. We're being very, picky, judicious, Mark. That's what we're doing. We're being judicious with our picks. After throwing money away like, we won the lottery and went to a strip club. I mean, we're kind of like, listen, we have about 4 singles left. We need to be judicious.
I can't believe, though, that and not really my mood, but how much time I've invested in Reds scores and emotion I've invested in this very small Reds over-under bet that we have. Because you had me all fired up heading into the weekend. They get within a game of 500.
Yep.
They've got Kansas City coming to town. I'm like,
yep.
All right. Even get 1 of 3. I mean, not even, it'd be nice if they win the series and get it to 500, but just don't get swept. You can't get swept.
Can't get swept.
They got swept 28-3.
Man, that's a bad football score.
That's a team in Kansas City that had something to play for and came in and did a job over the weekend.
It's like they were angry that they got their butts kicked in the Twin Cities by the Twins and they took it out on the Reds.
They did.
Boy,
by doing so, really cemented their spot. And I mean, I know the Red Sox can still catch them, but it was a big weekend for the Royals to get a little space between themselves and the Red Sox.
Yeah, I think they're 3.5 up, 4 in the loss column. I mean, they're threatening to basically put the 6 teams to bed in the American League. The Red Sox are like, we're still hanging around. Along those lines, by the way, we're at August 19th. Do you think baseball, since they got rid of the August 31st whole waiver thing, you used to be able to make deals in August, but it had to be somebody who was placed on waivers. You put in a claim for them, then you guys work something out. But now the trade deadline's either July 30th or July 31st. Do you think it's too early? There's a third of a season left. Okay. Do you think should they split the difference? August 15th.
Yeah, I'd be comfortable with splitting the difference and going August 15th.
Okay.
I don't know how much that would have changed this year because just as many teams are in it now, maybe more teams are in it now than were in it July 31st.
Well, yeah, because, July 31st, the Padres and Diamondbacks, I mean, Twins and Royals, to think about them seriously challenging for the division title, we would have mocked them. Now, 2+ weeks later, no, they're all very much in it. Very much in it. Although Dodgers beginning to get healthy, and the Padres and Diamondbacks played unbelievable baseball. But, Kershaw and Betts have just come back. Walker Buehler even came back, and he was coming back. I mean, you wonder if the Dodgers have been at their weakest point, but still. But yes, Mark, thanks. Yep. Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, only text he sent me all weekend.
You were with your family.
But of all the texts, you couldn't even wait to the show today.
No, I'm watching scores. Yeah, all the games Sunday are during the day with the exception of the one Sunday night game.
Right.
So all I am hoping for is for the Reds to not get swept. And as I'm sitting there watching golf, I've got double golf on TV. My family abandoned me yesterday. They're out doing their thing, errands to run. So I'm sitting on the couch. I've got the golf and the U.S. Amateur. I've got double golf.
So hold on a second. So they abandon you the weekend before you want them to abandon you.
Exactly.
You want this coming weekend, which is quote unquote your birthday weekend. You want to be left alone. They've got nothing but plans lined up.
Lots of plans, lots of things. We're going to be together as a family because it's my birthday and they want to spend time with me, which is great. I love them very much. Would have loved them more this weekend. We could have sat by the pool. We could have gone swimming. Could have I'd have listened to Taylor Swift for my daughter, for crying out loud. But no.
I love them. Just I would have loved them more this weekend. That's funny. That's good.
So as I'm sitting there Sunday watching, at that time, what's a blowout in the golf tournament in both, because the kid that won the U.S. Amateur was up 4 after the first 18 holes. It really never got the American got it to 2, but it was really kept at arm's length throughout that match. And Matsuyama's up by 5 at that point, and he would let that lead slip later in the day. But I'm just checking baseball scores. And the Reds can't do a damn thing. And I'm like, I left you alone long enough. The damn Reds.
Kansas City 8, Cincinnati 1. Apparently that was the breaking point for Mark. Okay. All of a sudden, I get the only communication I've had with him since 10:03 a.m. on Friday. And during dinner last night, I get a text from Mark. Hey, what's going on? And he basically said, you and your blanking Reds. Boy, no credit the last 2 years. I've been just absolute money with our judicious over-under baseball picks the last 2 years. Money. This year, not so much. We made one. And
it looked as if it had a shot on Friday. It's going to take a Padres-like performance the rest of the way out of the Reds if they're going to get to 82.5, which I believe the number was that we bet, David.
Yeah, if they had taken 2 out of 3 this weekend, they're at 500. They're in the worst division in baseball. They didn't only one team above 500. Of course, they're going to finish over 500. Hey, we're going to win. Nope, not going to happen. Talked a lot of football today. You missed any of the show? Ray Fittipaldo talking Steelers. Scott Lewis talking Bears. Just had Garry Smits on talking Jags. You missed any part of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com. Mark gets everything posted by 11 a.m. most days, unless something goes horribly awry.
My record's 10:15. That's what I shoot for every day.
Wow.
If I can get it done in 15 minutes, I'm rolling.
And also go to millerandmoulton.com sign up for the Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's tomorrow night. Dr. Roto, 7 o'clock. We'll sing happy birthday to my mother, and then Dr. Roto will have the floor for 90 minutes minimum. If you guys keep them there longer, that's on you. Sounds good to me. You can get there as early as 6. You can order your food before the event starts. You can order it during the event starts. I mean, Dr. Roto keeps talking even if you're eating that patty melt. That's all right.
Patty melt?
Yeah, I think that's one of the, we usually have like the handful of, the burger, chicken, fish type, things you can get that comes with the deal.
You didn't tell me there's going to be a patty melt involved.
Well,
We'll probably get 10 orders right now. We'll probably sell this sucker out in the next 5 minutes just on the patty melt.
How could Miller and Moulton be part of a deal that a patty melt's not a part of? I know that's my quesadilla place, but sometimes you just have to call in some favors.
Quesadilla or patty melt? What would you go with?
Oh, patty melt. Sure.
That's your unsung burger favorite, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I prefer it with American cheese, though, which I know is not the original patty melt, but yeah.
You've got a very sensitive palate when it comes to cheese. It's American or, well, American.
What can I say? Mark, when it comes to cheese, I'm just very patriotic. That's how I prefer to look at it.
I mean, if David gets really out there, it's white American.
That is true. That is branching out for me. That is true. I have to admit, I don't quite. When people say they choose which color, I'm like, don't you think they're just playing with your mind? I mean, isn't it's American cheese, American cheese? I mean, no. Anyway, MillerMoulton.com. Sign up. Want to see you tomorrow night. We'll both be there. Dr. Roto, the whole deal. It'll be fun. It is. And you can purchase drinks. I mean, you can. I mean, we give you the, non-alcoholic stuff comes with it. But, if you want to, party on a Tuesday night, go for it.
Last year, there was guys doing shots there. So I'm waiting to see that today. See him shots go down during the Fantasy Football Summit. But vote on our poll question as well. Which rookie quarterback will have the best year? Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels are in a dead heat right now. Bo Nix is in last place. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, or Miller_Moulton on X to vote. We finish things off the same way we do every day on this show. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when, and what's on tap. That's all next. Thanks for listening, Miller and Moulton.
I love my shower.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football
Do you have
Summit.
a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thanks, Grizzle.
Hey, Chad. How you doing? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Yeah, Michael, Herbie is going to get an earful. They're going to be very sensitive.
We're not going to see any of them.
Yeah, I don't think ESPN's got thick enough skin.
They made Orlovsky take down a tweet that said, "Protect your daughters," for crying out loud.
I know.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin scheduled to join us tomorrow on Miller and Moulton. Sampson's been like hiking mountains. He's also attended a couple rock concerts. So, I mean, I think we'll get to sports, but if we just ask him what he's been up to, it's be probably a more entertaining 12 minutes than most segments on this show.
Yeah, hiked a mountain and said, like he said, it was hard. This is a guy that ran a marathon at Everest.
Right, and has run a marathon on every continent, I think, except for Antarctica.
Correct.
Right. So yes, and he said it was challenging, very. So,
maybe he's not in shape anymore.
Either that, or he doesn't realize that he's getting older. I
doubt he realizes that.
Right. So we'll talk to him about it. But David Sampson, Pat Kerwin, expected to join us tomorrow on Miller and Moulton.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1909 today. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway opens in Speedway, Indiana. Ty Cobb becomes the fourth to get 3,000 hits today in 1921. He did so against the Red Sox. He was the youngest ever to do so. Today in 1950, ABC begins Saturday morning kids shows. Animal Clinic and Acrobat Ranch were the two shows that debuted ABC's Saturday morning kid shows that would lead us to Conjunction Junction. What's your function?
Hooking up words and phrases and clauses.
1951, Bill Veeck, then with the St. Louis Browns, sends Eddie Goodell, a 3'7" person, to pinch hit. He's walked on 4 pitches.
Did you see the highlight in the Little League World Series? One of the kids decides to be I don't want to say it, but
A
wise
stinker?
man. He's going to be a little 12-year-old stinker, yes.
Yeah.
And so he's ahead in the count 2-0, and he's a normal-sized 12-year-old. A little skinny, but normal height. And he decides right before the kid's going to start his windup, he squats down almost like a catcher. I mean, literally, he's in fact tighter than a catcher. Like he's about ready. If you took the bat out of his hand and pushed him, he'd fall into the fetal position. That's how tight the squat is. And so the kid just shows the normal pitch, which would have been a high strike if he was standing up. And good for the umpire. The umpire rung him up. And the kid turns and looks at him, and the umpire's like, dude, okay?
Wait a minute. You watched Little League Baseball?
Nope, I just saw the highlight.
All right.
No.
Okay, well, I had to ask the question. Today in 1979, the number one hit in the land was by the Knack. It was called My Sharona. Lee Trevino wins his second PGA, 4 shots clear of Player and Watkins in 1984 at Shoal Creek.
It was his last major.
95, Mike Tyson returns to the ring after 3 years in prison. Takes down Peter McNeely in 89 seconds. And in 2000...
as tomato cans go, Mark, I mean, he was a top 5 tomato can of all time.
A top 2.
Do you remember when they hyped that up and McNeely is trying to play the role and Tyson was embarrassed as to how unskilled with this guy's resume, kind of like, seriously, why don't we just put somebody in here? Like, I'll give Ali credit. When they took the title away from Ali and he couldn't fight for 3 years, he came back and fought Jerry Corey as his first fight. I mean, he didn't waste his time fighting a tomato can. Corey was like a top 4 contender at the time. He fought Jerry Corey as his first fight. He's kind of like, listen, put a guy in there. Let's go.
Right. Tyson fought Peter McNeely.
Right.
I'll tell you what, though. I met Peter McNeely once at an event. They brought him in for whatever reason. It was, shortly thereafter. If McNeely would have just tried to breathe on Tyson more, he could have knocked him out.
Are you saying he's up there with Bruce Boudreau in the
They would
halitosis?
fight it out. They would fight it out for chronic halitosis. Telling you right now. Today in 2001 at the Atlanta Athletic Club, David Toms wins, beating Mickelson by 1. Orville Wright, jockey Bill Shoemaker, drummer Ginger Baker, Matthew Perry, and Nate Dogg would have all celebrated birthdays today. Bill Clinton, 77. Morton Anderson is 64. John Stamos, 61. And Kirk Cousins is 36 years old today. What did I miss, David?
Beatles' first ever concert in the U.S. at the Cow Palace in San Francisco today, 64. Or I guess it was the first concert of their first tour.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, their first ever concert tour in America. It began today on at the Cow Palace. Wasn't their last ever performance in San Francisco also?
Yeah, at
with Candlestick. Yeah, like 40 minutes. They snuck them out in an ambulance type deal, and it turned out they didn't know it at the time, but it was the last time they ever played together
in the States.
In the States, right?
Because they played the Apple concert, the last ones when they played at the top of their building,
right?
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Joshua Bregman earned the title of world's highest altitude ski base jump when he was in the Himalayas and jumped off an 18,753-foot cliff, parachuting to the ground. That scares the bejibbers out of me.
I was just going to leave you alone.
He spent 2 weeks preparing for the record by scouting the jump spot, clearing debris to ensure a smooth ski. Wow, that's just nuts. For the bad, We go to New York, where newlyweds Nova and Remo Styles got creative with their wedding. They sold tickets to it. They charged $333 per ticket to come to their wedding. And people actually paid. David, in retrospect, as someone who's now had to pay for a wedding for your daughter, should you have sold tickets to that wedding instead?
Totally. I would have felt much better about it.
Finally, the ugly. We go to Yellowstone Park, where a Virginia man's in a little bit of trouble. Alan Bowling attempted to buy beer at Old Faithful Upper General Store on Saturday. His credit cards were declined trying to buy beer. He left the store and got into a Yellowstone Park service station heavy wrecker. The wrecker was reported seen near the Old Faithful Lodge before going the wrong way down a one-way road, driving off the roadway and coming to a rest near the post office. He then took off on foot. Rangers detained him, having to do so at gunpoint. When asked to identify himself, he gave the name of Nathan Patterson, a U.S. Marshal. He said, "I needed the truck to get to U.S. Marshal headquarters." This just in, he was beyond drunk. So on top of all of the charges, he'll get a DUI and destruction of federal property to boot. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, August the 19th, 2024.
So no WNBA tonight. The MLS doesn't resume, I think, till Saturday. So no preseason football till, I believe, Thursday. So, but you're stuck with baseball, man. I mean, now the Little League World Series still going on, but, you know, Major League Baseball, 10 games. I mean, some good ones. By the way, if we want to place a bet tonight, the Diamondbacks just got swept in St. Pete. You think they go to Miami and don't win tonight?
Got to lay a big number, minus 205 in that game.
Wow. They're going to win, though. I mean, but all right, it's up to you. Rays, by the way, just got done sweeping the Diamondbacks. They got to fly all the way to Oakland. Boy, it should be big crowds, huh? Rays, A's in Oakland.
Oakland spent a lot trying to win that game against the Giants, ended up losing in extras.
But, I mean, the people in the area just, you know, got done paying attention to Giants, A's, last ever series between the two Bay Area teams in the Bay Area. I don't expect a whole lot of people at the Rays-A's game tonight or tomorrow.
You mean the who gets the shovel in the ground first series?
Right. It's a good point. That's a dadgum good point. It's the new Stadium Series. Join us for a best of three. Orioles in New York to face the Mets. Orioles tied with the Yankees with 37 to play. Mets 2 behind the Braves. Braves and Phillies begin a 3-game series tomorrow in Atlanta. Braves last shot to really make a run at the Phillies. They're 7 back, but they play them 7 times in the next 2 weeks. Some very interesting series, however. Twins and Padres. 2 teams that are really playing well. 2 teams that have really tightened things up in their division, playing one another in San Diego. Dodgers hosting the Mariners. Red Sox in Houston to face the Astros, who have been playing really well for a month. Boston's now fallen 3.5 back at Kansas City for the final playoff spot, and Seattle's 4 back of the Astros for the AL West. I'm telling you, Seattle's going to miss the playoffs. The GM's getting fired. Kim Ng is going to be GM of the Mariners in November. She lives in the Pacific Northwest. She's just hanging out. If you own the Mariners, you've given this guy like 8-9 years. He's made the playoffs on you once. All right. She was in charge of the Marlins for a year and a half. She took them to the playoffs. Seriously, you wouldn't call her?
Funny little quick story about the Mariners. They're playing in next year's Little League game against the Mets. They announced it last night. They have Joe Torre to make the announcement. He has a kid from the Pacific Northwest team and a kid from the either Mid-Atlantic or New York or whatever the area, the Atlantic side that New York's in, so that they could say who their favorite teams are. So Joe Torre gets the mic and he grabs the kid next to him who's got the Pacific Northwest jersey on, says, "Who's your favorite team?" And the kid promptly says, "The New York Yankees."
And did the kid from Staten Island also say the Yankees? Because that would have been great.
The kid from Staten Island, he goes, "Well, I'm rooting for the Yankees, but I'm a Mets fan." Because, I mean, it was just fantastic.
It's terrific. So anyway, 10 games tonight. Marlins home for the Diamondbacks, Rays in Oakland, and then you got 4 series that involve, 2 teams that are either in the playoffs or the others are close enough where they're still in it.
You know what I think it's time for tonight, David? I think it's time for us to make a baseball parlay bet.
Look at you feeling it.
I'm with you that, the Diamondbacks are a good bet, but the money is not there on the Diamondbacks. We might have to go a little deeper into these bets and get 3 of them that we like.
Okay, Trent. Okay, it's very Trent Bally of you here. I'm only interested in betting. He's no longer our producer, hasn't been for nearly 10 years. This is very John Cassio of you, who's only interested in betting baseball if he can have at least 3 bets going on one ticket.
I don't know what to tell you.
That's fine.
Minus 205.
Yeah, that's not good for us.
Trying to make a little cash here. That's all.
I know.
I mean, I probably should just take the $1.50 we're going to make and sacrifice the $5 bet for it, but I don't like the odds. That's all I'm saying. Remember to sign up for the Fantasy Football Summit. It is tomorrow night. Go to millerandmoulton.com. You are running out of time to sign up for this event. You just have today and tomorrow's show before we'll probably end the signups. So we'd love to see you. Shoeless Joe's, Bell Tower Shops, tomorrow night, starting at 6 p.m. Dr. Roto takes the stage at 7.
Do you think Sean Payton announces today it's Bo Nix's job? I mean, the Raiders did it on a Sunday. They announced Minshew. I mean, after the second preseason game, I mean, it's going to happen this week. Wouldn't shock me if the announcement gets made today that it's Bo Nix in Denver.
Look, I think we all know that's what's going to be in the announcement, so it's just a matter of not if, when.
Miller and Moulton. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin expected on the show tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football
Do you have
Summit.
a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band Event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Ring, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M. Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off. This is Miller and Moulton.